Live tonight, Architects of Humanity. I'm maxed out and we're about to get live. Can Gematria cause psychosis? And when people look it up, they'll be surprised at what they find. Like, say, what's up, Christ from Vegas? Yeah, man. Trolls are around. That says a lot. It says a lot about him. It says a lot about his audience. Very threatening and, uncivilized. But that's what it can do to you. This is what gematria can trigger a type of psychosis. Yeah, these guys, I tell you, man. Miles Wilkin, what's up, man? Man, I wouldn't put it past them. I would not put it past them. I mean, just the tactics that I've seen them use last night, trying to intimidate somebody, I would not put it past him for doing that. Brother Ali, good to see you, man. He says numerology is a touchy subject. It's easy to misinterpret, and anyone can make any interpretation fit their narrative. And this is what we see with a lot of grifters of gematria. It has a numerology, numerology. It has a reality to it, but like Brother Ali is saying, anyone can use it to fit their narrative, and we do see this happening. And they can use it to grift, which we also see happening. More than that, there's witnesses that came on and told their stories. So hopefully we'll hear some more tonight. Darkest Night, what's up? So for gematria cells. You are so right, man. Yeah, Mr. X, much needed topic, man. Much needed topic. Numerology is a touchy subject for the mentally challenged. Absolutely. And it can trigger a type of psychosis that it's already underlying in the mind. It is. It's a very, very touchy subject. Now, I had looked up something on it, and this is what I found, that gematria itself, as we know, it's a pattern recognition, and itself doesn't cause a psychosis. It can be used and studied where you don't grift, and you actually look for a solution that it can present. However, the deep pattern recognition, hyper focus, and magical thinking involved in esoteric practices like gematria, it can act as a catalyst, and it often triggers or exacerbates underlying mental health vulnerabilities, such as schizophrenia. So if somebody were to grift using gematria, it would target the schizophrenic and most the people who don't even know that they have this underlying mental health vulnerability. We see it in the comments from his trolls. It's clear it's a mental illness. And yeah, man, yeah, they definitely, once you see them threatening, yes, the very sick individuals, the cult of Zach, that's basically what it is, the cult of quackery or whackery, that's basically what it is. The more that they threaten, oh, Zach is clearly mentally ill. He definitely needs to get help. I don't know if he will. The saddest thing is you shouldn't have mental patients that close to children. And this is something that people overlook. Traumatized kids grow up, and if they have kids, they traumatize more. So it creates a cycle of psychosis that has gematria at the base of it, that triggered it. So we're not saying that it causes it, but it can trigger it. But you have to have a strong mind, be able to think. We had a few people on that they started to really think about what was going on, and they broke the spell. We've all been under these spells. It's easy for someone to cast it, but it's hard to break it. And I'm glad to see that many people are breaking from the cult of whack. That's what it is. Mr. X says, big facts, MD. Gambling addicts also. Yeah, they prey on the vulnerable. They definitely prey on the vulnerable. I don't want to be harassed, so I may not come on, but I do have a lot to share. His cult will threaten me too, and have done before. Yeah, hey, man, you're welcome to come on, bro. This is what it is. We have to stand up for what's right. That's what real truth is. I put the link at the top. I let people come on, and I don't do it like one at a time, how some people might do it where they're afraid they'll only have one or two people because their mind can't handle more than that. Myself, I've been doing this for a while, but also I do have a natural talent for it. I didn't think I did. I didn't care if I did. I just started streaming years ago and it came naturally. So if they threaten or whatever, remember that is the mental illness coming to the front. So it proves our point that they need help. And he's definitely not a real truther. I had said this before, that he uses the truth to trap these people. Thank you, Christopher. I appreciate that, man. Christ from Vegas. Yeah, this, when I look at this, I've been threatened before by other people like this, and it went pretty far, but people don't realize, it's like, first, it's illegal to do that. And I'm just, they don't really know. They don't really know. Law enforcement is everywhere. Everything is under surveillance these days. This is an experiment. They watch how we behave. This is the stuff we need to be talking about, the mental control that is upon us. But no, you have these grifters that will use that position with people under stress to grift, to any type, create an addiction through greed. Hey, you can win money, you can do this. Instead of doing something that's sure, no, they target the working man. And people came on yesterday and talked about how there were promises made that were never kept. If they'd like to come on and speak about it again, please do. But when we look a little bit deeper into how gematria itself does not cause the psychosis, but it can exacerbate underlying mental health issues. And schizophrenia is one of them. Depression could be one of them. And the overactive pattern recognition, we see this. This is how gematria interacts with psychosis. I was working on a video for it too. I should have it done tonight. It's only about 2 minutes long. And I think people will like it. I might finish it while I'm doing the stream. If a few people come on, they conversate, it'll allow me time to, it's just a few more steps that I have to do to get it ready. But at the least, I'll have it ready by tomorrow. But as we go deeper into how gematria interacts with psychosis, and this is why I put on the thumbnail the picture of the man there. And it's so funny because, man, it's all recorded. Threatening people over gematria is insanity. You are so right, man. It is so right. It's just, it's crazy. But that overactive pattern recognition, that's the 201, the 60, oh, this number, this many days, Trump. Really? Has anybody really predicted anything that has helped them in their life? Or has it interacted with some underlying mental problem, which is what we see? We say, well, that's what we see more or less. And then we see a cult behind it. It's like a horde of zombies, coming to eat the thoughts out of your mind that resist the cult. This is what it is. Psychosis often causes the brain's pattern recognition and meaning-making functions to go into overdrive. And we see this when they start babbling the numbers. And it's a quick way to trap the unprotected mind. Gematria provides a structured system to validate these nonlinear associative thoughts, sometimes leading individuals down a cycle of finding profound but unreal connections. That's where they get in a state of delusion. And then they try to sell those delusions to other people. This is what we see. So the delusional themes, when an individual is already experiencing a psychotic episode, which we saw last night, we see it on their videos, we see these psychotic episodes. We see it in the first couple of comments, the threats. That is a psychotic episode. Gematria is frequently used as a tool to build or justify religious grandiose, or it can be used to persecute somebody. It can create a persecution, a type of delusions, and believing one is decoding hidden messages. Now, this is the deep part. They get into a belief of decoding hidden messages, the apocalypse, or even one's own destiny. But these are like different subjects. The one that traps a person is using their addiction, whether they think that they can make quick money or it can show them something that others don't see. The grifter can use that to trap the person and then put it behind a paywall like Patreon and make money off of it. This is what people are claiming to see with some of the grifters in the gematria section. The direction of causation the medical professionals generally observe. is that gematria doesn't break a healthy brain. Rather, people predisposed to psychosis or schizophrenia are naturally drawn to the complex, the hidden patterns, the making them highly susceptible to obsessing over numerology. Now, what did we see last night and what do we still see? People obsessing over numerology. Now, how do we see this? Because anybody, I mean, people should look this up and search it. Anybody can look into that gematria doesn't break a healthy brain. You can use it to see these patterns in a logical, reasonable way, not trying to grift, to say, hey, you know what? Maybe there's some validity to this. But when you have these people that are constantly spitting out numbers and say, hey, that's 201 and this is 87, that's a special number, 68. What is this? Is like an auctioneer. He's like $5, $10, one bid here, one bid. And the confusion, that's how he gets the cult. And then when the cult might get a pick, right? And if they win money, it makes it even worse because then it validates the psychosis. That's the funniest thing. It validates the psychosis. Anybody who studies gambling and has picks, if they really, really knew what they were doing, they wouldn't need to ask people for money because they would make money off their picks. If you have a gold mine, if you found somewhere where there was a gold mine, would you bring other people there and charge them to mine the gold? No, they would steal the mine from you. You'd mine as much as you can and probably leave and not tell anybody. You'd probably try to go back and mine as much as you can until people wondered, hey, where are you getting this gold from, you know? So once you see somebody doing something that seems to be too good to be true, remember, it seems that way because it is too good to be true. There are no shortcuts, man. This is just what it is. Christ says all of Zach's picks were wrong today, so you won't be hearing from him. Holy smokes. That is hilarious, man. That is hilarious. We see this on a regular basis with these grifters, man. And, you know, I really wonder when I think about it, how people continue to follow this. But as I look into it, which I hadn't looked into this, it just takes a couple hours of research. That's when I realized, wow, when you observe it, and medical professionals, they observe that gematria generally doesn't break a healthy brain, but it can. That's the thing. If the person lets their mental shields down and falls into one of the grifts, if the greed grabs them, or if they have been predisposed to a gambling problem, now you have a problem because they've been predisposed to psychosis before, possibly could grow into schizophrenia, and then they'll naturally be drawn to complex hidden patterns, making them highly susceptible to obsessing over numerology. Now, if we add this to the observation of what we see these guys drawn to these complex hidden patterns, making them highly susceptible to obsessing over numerology. And they'll call it gematria. Gematria itself, the word, it's like another way of saying, you know, hey, man, it's numerology, but it's not. Let's call it something that they won't know the grift. Kind of like the PUAs changed the dating coaches. It's like, no, that's still a PUA, man. The gold mine is imaginary, and Whack is selling a ticket to it. Yes, Whack is definitely selling a ticket. He won't even buy the ticket to go. Man, thank you for stating that and bringing that up so much, man, because that is the nail in the coffin. To say, wait a minute. So you want me to pay money to buy gambling picks from this psychosis that was created from gematria, right? But you don't gamble yourself? Oh, man. Now, that is probably the anchor point to say, hey, wait a minute. You don't gamble. I mean, how much more do you need to see? That is such a grift. It's crazy. That's like you producing bottled water, and it's like, hey, do you drink your own bottled water? No, I don't drink it, man. Well, what do you drink? Oh, something else. I made this for you. Well, why would I want to drink it? Right? You think about that, right? It's like, hey, you sell a product and you wouldn't even use it. How much more do you need to see to hear the word grift? You know? when to seek help, right? So when do you seek help, right? If you are someone you know is obsessing over numerical patterns, experiencing profound synchronicities, and showing signs of detachment from shared reality, like extreme paranoia, hearing voices, or grandiose thoughts, it is important to seek professional help. And this is what I think these guys need to do. Now, it's going to be hard for somebody to go seek that, you know? Yes, yes. It's like, yes, thank you, Christopher. And good to see you, bro. Good to see you, man. Yeah, this whole like sphere of grifting, I didn't try to like go into this. I just happened to stumble upon it. And then the trigger for it was their own reaction. So it was like, oh, that's what you are. And then the onslaught of zombies came. It was like opening a door in one of those horror movies, and the zombies are there and they all try to get in. You shut the door, you barricade yourself in the house, and they're at every window. You bust out the weapons and you protect yourself. These zombies are dangerous, they're threatening, and they're nuts. They're infected with a deep form of psychosis from the Gematria. It's like I said before, predisposed psychosis or schizophrenia. And this brings up the hidden patterns, making them susceptible and making them obsess over these numbers. And all we have to do is look at it. The observation is the confirmation of this. So some of them, I wouldn't be surprised if they show signs of detachment from shared reality, but have the extreme paranoia, hearing voices, hey, 201, 68, 47, they hear the voices of the numbers. And it is important. It is so important to seek professional help. Mental health professionals emphasize that when meaning making, right, practices like gematria become consuming or distressing, it is a warning sign to step away from the material. I don't think there's a lot of people that can step away from the material because it's gripped them so deep. They need to speak with a licensed psychiatrist or a healthcare provider immediately. But the psychosis might not allow that. They might want to go and see more pics. They might, subscribe to the Patreon. That's the most hilarious thing, man. Christopher says, it's like a fitness guru who bangs on about being fit without being fit. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Somebody's like, hey, this is what you got to do to obtain fitness. And you say, well, do you do that? No, I don't, Join my Patreon, though, to find out, right? That's the funniest thing. It got so ugly last night. I had to bounce. Yeah, bro. It just, it can get that way. It can definitely get that way. When we see what's going on, it's like, man. And, I had made a couple of pictures, of course, last night. I had the thumbnail from that, but there was a couple that were even better that like that. Remember that movie 23, was it? The number 23. So the number 23, where the guy was seeing all those numbers around, that's kind of like this gematria cult, but they use the crystal ball, trying to predict the future. So I'm making a video to go. It's going to be like a short 2-minute thing, but can they predict the future? This type of psychosis can turn into the thumbnail I put up today, where somebody is straitjacket, numbers, symbols, just already at the last stage of the psychosis, just like in the movie, The Number 23, right? Or the one where he played the Riddler and he was in the straitjacket again. Think the bat, right? This is why I did this. And I do this to help people because they're trying to sell. It's like an epidemic of useless information. This is why I put this as the thumbnail a few days ago. So it's the clown with the microphone, the whack clown, whackery, and he's got the dumb, dumber, and the dumbest that are following and harassing people for him. So I put these things in succession to kind of make a pattern to show people like, okay, they're already stuck in a type of psychosis from the pattern recognition that got overused. But when they look at this, it might free their mind. It might jiggle something loose. It might snap them out of it, hopefully. But the other cult members might try to bring them back in. They might say, "Hey, you don't want to leave the cult of whack. Wackery. He's a scary character." But when it seemed that on the video, which was hilarious, when he got a little scary, right? This was the funniest thing of all, that he got bear sprayed. That was the most hilarious. I thought it was an orange paintball or something, but the bear spray, it's like it's hilarious, man. Yeah, it's like the guy in Times Square trying to sell you his mixtape. Exactly, bro. And shoving it in your hand until you take it, or fighting you if you don't take it. Yeah, I've seen that, bro. You said it. Oh, man, that's great. I've seen a guy try to do that to me with a CD. This was a few years ago. Yo, buy my CD. I was like, nah, man. I was like, get away from me. And, sometimes you can't be too nice, because they prey on that. They prey on that. Remember, they're already in the psych ward. They're just out on the street. This is like a gigantic open air asylum. You just don't see the straitjackets. But when they speak, or when they say something, or their action, that tells you how deep in the asylum that they really are. And if you don't know this, again, you can fall prey to it. That's why I do these streams. That's a real stream about truth, where we talk about what is actually going on without trying to sell you something, And that's the crazy thing. The sales of the Patreon for these Gematria maniacs, it's really like, that needs to be looked into, man. This is predatory. What did the guy say? He owed him money, right? Because he put into something, and something that was promised that didn't happen. Man, that's something to think about, man. That's something to think that people can get very angry over that, man. It's very disingenuous. It really is, it really is. And what we saw was Nutcase City. We saw Nutcase City with the head nut. I had to put that nut in the playpen because he wouldn't stay quiet. It's like a child that doesn't want to take their medicine, doesn't want to be, doesn't want to discipline themselves. Maybe they can't discipline themselves. And why? Because of the mental illness. That's why. They have that mental illness. And this, I had another screenshot of part of the video that I was making. So this goes into the video, kind of like from the movie 23, the number, right? About 23. And this is going to be part that's in there, where we have a person that has dropped into a deep state of psychosis from Gematria, and he's in the psych ward, and he's seeing the numbers everywhere. So it's going to be a pretty good 2-3 minute short video with a bit of narration. And it does stem from the Gematria. Can Gematria create psychosis? And it can affect the underlying situations that are already there. So if somebody were to grift off this, that's who they would target. That's who they would target. And what do we see being targeted? The weak-minded. That's what we see. Zach Wack sells his Patreon under the premise of guarantees and keeps whiffing on big games like the Super Bowl. It is a scam. I agree with you. That's and the thing is if it wasn't, why would you threaten people? Why would you come to intimidate them, right? The more that people have intimidated or try to use that tactic on me, the more the floodgates have opened, and it just releases the flood on them, and the flood of truth. You can't fight the truth. The truth is what a flower breaking through concrete. You ain't stopping the truth. This reminds me of the movie A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe. Yes, bro. This is so true. That's a great example. It's funny you brought that up, because I was speaking with a friend earlier today, and he brought that up. He said, yeah, he goes, that movie, Russell Crowe. And then I think he also brought up the movie, The Number 23. So we see that right there. And if I go into that, like the number 23, remember, he was, I think at the end, he had wrote the book that caused his own psychosis. He wrote the book. That's the craziest thing. He wrote the book that caused his own psychosis. It's like, wow. And I was looking into that a little earlier. Let me see if it's still there. But yeah, I have it here. This is the the 2007. So this was 2007, the number 23. And of course, we know Jim Carrey was the star in that. He's a man obsessed with a book, and it appears to mirror his own life and dictate a dark fate based on numerical patterns. So there are numbers that are showing us this, you know, and yeah, you know, again, we see the psychosis. This is the guy. This is the guy. This is the troll trying to bait the person. So if somebody with an underlying psychosis, this is how they do it. Remember, we can see this in real action. So this nutcase is trying to lure somebody in by saying, "Oh yeah, he got that right." He can even falsify a receipt with all the Photoshop. Hey, I've been an artist for over 20 years. Photoshop and all with AI. Come on. So it's like these grifters are on volume. The volume is on 10. You know, and the fact that he jumped in to try to say that shows you it's one of Wackery's trolls. It's one of his victims, really. It's a mental victim, you know, mental victim. Well, I use it to fight you. I use it to fight you. Exactly. And AI makes great thumbnails. They make great thumbnails, but you know what they don't do? They don't make great receipts for grifters like you to catch more victims. That's what it doesn't do. Right? Truth says social media is a haven for mental illness. Any topic, skill, or entertainment is open season. Yep. Exactly. 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 Yeah, you know, and I see this. I see this. Like, okay, again, the troll, the victim, basically, because that's what it is. Yeah, nobody's complaining. I'm explaining. See, your mind has lost that ability to discern between complaining and explaining because you're caught up in the grift. You were caught up in the grift. You think you know what's up, but you don't. You don't know what's up because you have who was it? I think it's Hit the Panic says anyone falling for Gematria, very low IQ. And that goes back to just what I was talking about. It preys on the mentally ill, which is a crime in itself. Yes, the whack nut huggers trying to fight. Yep, that's definitely what he is. That no, you have to be. You're not talking about IQ, right? I should not talk about IQ, really. Basic pattern recognition is one thing, but to get into the cult of whack, that's a whole other category, man. He's a victim, exactly. He is a victim. Yep, he's a victim that has it playing out in his head. Wackery doesn't even have to convince him anymore because he's gotten so deep into the psychosis. This guy has turned into basically the character Joel Schumacher from the number 23. He's got the 23 on the forehead. Remember, the obsession began with a animal control officer in that film, and he receives a mysterious book titled The Number 23. Now, get this. He receives a mysterious book titled The Number 23. What did Wackery do? He published the book about the numbers. Oh, man. The dots are connecting. The dots are connecting, man. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, man. Yep. Sack of suckery. And yeah, you gotta, you know, it's like you just say, hey, you know what? Hopefully they'll find help. Hopefully they'll break the spell. I'm not religious, but I know that there's good and bad in everyone. And like Carl Jung was saying, that the closer we get to our understanding of the shadow self, the more that we actually lead ourselves through life. If we don't make the unconscious conscious, then it'll rule us. And that's how these grifters prey on people. Remember, the number 23 is actually a good comparison to this grift because he receives the book. He gives him the book to start. He might have studied this. He might have studied this to get new victims. Yeah, man, the truth community been whacked since the Q. Yep, it's definitely been whacked. Nothing but nutcases using gematria and scam numerology to sound smart, but are just falling victim to the scam. Yep, season of the Vic. That's basically what it is. Season of the Vic. And they get whack. They get whack. You know, I had thought about that yesterday, like when I had to put him in the playpen, and I was like, wow, this guy can't even control himself. So the psychosis has sunk deep into his own mind. He might have became a victim of the number 23, but in this case, the movie is just saying 23. We know it's 201, 68, 47. Hey, this guy's birthday, and that leads to this, and you know that's 201. And you know who else is that? That's the man, quick talker. It's called fire hosing, just dumping information on someone so fast and so quick that they don't get a chance to mentally defend themselves. Like we said, it preys on the unprotected mind. Yep. And we do see the ad hominem stuff coming around. It's like, I mean, when they were trying to say stuff about me with high school and the military, I mean, it's extremely low IQ. It's extremely low IQ. I guarantee you, if somebody fell into their cult that was a veteran or didn't graduate, and say and people can use this as a test, and he started saying, yeah, he got great picks and this thing works, they would promote it. This is how scammers work, man. I see it all the time. Saw it in dating, saw it in the get rich quick schemes, a lot of the guru health fitnesses. You know, buy my course, bro. Well, what did he say? Subscribe to his Patreon. Mr. X pulled it out of him. He squeezed it out of him with a question, you know, and that's what it is. Exactly, man. Information overload to distract and deflect with an argument. Excellent, man. Thank you. Thank you. It really is, man. And they come out with the ad hominem. That was another one too. And this is used in, you know, against them to say, yeah, that's what they do. White Heat says, think of all the time these poor saps waste chasing a bad habit like a crackhead, just like a crackhead. Absolutely. This is crack gematria, man. Crackhead gematria. It's one thing to study numerology and gematria to see whether or not it's grift. It's a whole other thing to become cracked out on it. And that's what we see with crackery. You know, crackery, he has a big following of crackheads. I mean, he really does. Crackery, when he came on, I was actually surprised because I just wanted to have a decent conversation with other human beings. But Crackery couldn't see that. You know, he didn't want to. He didn't want anything that could threaten his grift. You know, and I wasn't going to talk about it a lot. I said, look, we'll just talk about, can we predict the future? But I guess, you know, sometimes when you squeeze somebody, you see the truth come out from inside. They can say they're a truther, but then you start to see, no, they're just a bully. They're just a bully, but somebody had something for that bully. They had that bear spray waiting, and homeboy did the yoke ragdoll to the neck. It was hilarious when I saw that video on Sports Gematria. If anybody wants to check it, thanks to Topsy. Give a lot of credit to Topsy, man, and the other guys that came on last night. Thank you guys, man, for coming on. I mean, the fact that Crackery had attacked them, it just showed more about him than it did about them. So we saw the true colors, you know, true colors shining through. The true colors shining through, man. But the number 23, right? The book, you know, highlights how that number appears in significant dates. The movie is so comparable to the gematria and numerology grift. I would recommend people like looking through it, or people that have seen it that might find and see stuff that I might have missed, and please mention it. Sarah says, what had me tripping was that he was making fun of you by saying you didn't finish high school, but he's always ragging about public schools, government indoctrination centers. Man, much respect to you. Thank you, brother. Much respect to you too, bro. Yeah, I look at it like I had told him, I said, look, man, not graduating high school and said self-educating myself, completing the military service and all of that stuff. The not graduation is like a badge of honor, man. It's saying I broke away from that. And in saying that, I'm not saying nothing against people that did graduate. But when we got a grifter like Crackery, which, you know, he tried to attack that and the military service, which was hilarious, man. It's funny when they talk conspiracy, then do sports picks for money. Yes, yes, it's so plain as day. They use conspiracy to just lure the victims and to build a following and then get the victims to fuel their grift. Exactly. Then see what it is. They get the victims to build their own concentration camp and then they make them the guards. And anybody trying to escape the camp, oh, they sound the alarm. They sound the alarm. Alexis, brother, good to see you. He says, is Zach a zombie or a grifter? I think at this point, Crackery is a zombie grifter. So it's a combination because in grifting, people don't realize that creates a type of psychosis within yourself. So Crackery has become a zombie by grifting. So now he's a zombie grifter. The grifter that preyed on zombies now gets the karma that comes back. And just like in the movie 23, I gotta watch it again because it came out almost 20 years ago, 07, right? But it's deep. It's deep. If you look at the similarities, it started with the book, and what did we see? The book on Amazon, and he said, oh well, Amazon didn't pay him money after he made like a lot of money. What, 20 grand a month for 2 months? That's pretty good bank there. But then they started sending him only $200. And it was probably because they knew the book was a grift. It preys on people's mental insecurities, any type of fragility of the mind. And the healthy mind, like it said, the healthy mind is hard to break through because you think a healthy mind can think, critical thinking, saying, let me see, is this guy a grifter? Oh, bing. And to have witnesses, that brings it to the next level. So in the movie 23, how the mirroring the life, right? When he started seeing all of these significant dates, historical events, and personal data, birthday, social security. This is exactly what the Gematria cells do. This is what they do. Oh, hey, this significant date, this historical event, that's, hey, 68, 201, 47 and all of this. He said, well, what does that mean, right? And that led the guy Walter to believe it's a cursed number. Now, remember, to put that on somebody like a curse, this could also be some type of spell casting through psychosis on oneself. And people want to be part of the nutcase group. He kept preaching his numbers crap and acting like it always makes sense. Exactly. He was doing the fire hose technique. And it's like, blah, 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 and just constantly just spitting out numbers before you can think about it, And this is, Gematria cells trying to Scientology max. Yes, that is exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. And it just, Fool King has a grift for sale. You have a book to grift for sale, and you want to pay too much money for a book on hermeticism. I don't get it, man. I mean, maybe not. I think I got Justin here. What's up, brother? Good to see you.
Exactly what it is. Oh,
yeah, man. Anything on your mind?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I want to bring something up. I was watching the Sports Gematria channel, and in fact, I found like what's it called? I guess an interesting talking point. Apparently, Zach, like one of his greatest predictions, and this is said by the guy that made the Gematrinator calculator. They had a falling out, but he said that is one of Zach's greatest predictions was the Panthers and the Broncos. Back in 2016, I think he said that the Broncos would win, and he also said that there would be a Black Panther tribute, I think. But anyway, he calls that in advance, I think a year in advance. And when he calls that, I think a couple weeks after that, he calls the next Super Bowl. He says it's going to be the was it the Vikings and it was the Vikings and the Colts. And the Colts ended up losing, and the Vikings ended up losing on the same day with the score of 25. And like I think the Super Bowl was on that same date, 2/5, like February 5th or whatever. And then a car hit his house. But anyway, my whole point being you know, like maybe he was able to, because I'm still on the fence whether, you know, Gematria could predict stuff, because I think it can predict certain things, but it's not as simple as like, oh, okay, you predicted one Super Bowl, now you could predict like all these other Super Bowls. I think, you know, like the people who make this betting system, they're not dummies. They're not going to just let, you know, people keep winning and keep, you know, like predicting their things.
Hmm.
Which is weird, because, you know, if the two teams lose, you know, like I think on the same day the car hit his house, like a random car ran into his garage, and he like documented all this stuff, and it's like it's weird. But my whole point being, like, you know, like if let's say that he called that Super Bowl and he figured out the whole thing, if he wasn't so, I guess, ego driven, he could have just used that formula and kept predicting stuff. And honestly, you know, like if he were to play it smart, he could have, you know, like let's say he was able to predict and it worked like perfectly, and you know he didn't give all this information to all these other people. You know, maybe like, you know, he would have been able to make it profitable for himself, but you know, it's like that. He's so ego driven. It's like he has to be this almost like Jesus figure where he saves everybody. And I think all that attention kind of like it kind of, you know, got people, or the people who run, you know, Vegas, whoever runs like the betting, you know, it got them on, you know, whatever he was on. They're like, oh, okay, like maybe he figured something out. Now we just got to change it up. My whole point being, like, you know, like this whole, you know, you're not going to save the world by sports betting. You know what I mean? So it's sad to see how it's like, okay, well, maybe you found something that you actually can predict stuff, but like maybe it's really hard, but maybe you can actually predict stuff that's useful for society. But instead it's just like, oh, okay, I could get 55% of my picks right and then join my Patreon. You know, it's pretty sad to see.
Yeah, exactly, man. And you brought up an excellent point that, you know, if you have knowledge of that and it can work, why would you use it for to grift on sports betting? Why wouldn't you use it for something very important? Because betting itself is a grift, you know? So it's like they're not going to let you win like that. And you know, this is like, it's like a serious thing. It's like finding something where you can make a difference, and then instead of using it to make a difference for truth, they act like truthers and they use it to scam people. And that's basically what it is. And Topsy's the one that brought it on, man. Thank you, brother. He said, what's up going on, everybody? We're just chilling, man. If you want to hop on, you know, we got the link always pinned to the top. So if, you know, and if Crackery decides to come on, he'll just get roasted again. Crackery, his ego, it's like you said, Justin, his ego is off the handle, man. It really is. Miles Wilkins says the cipher is completely made up. It doesn't have any credibility rooted in anything. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's totally what it is, man. Yeah, man. Follow the red. This is Crackery and his followers, all of the clowns. You're absolutely right. Absolutely. Franklin comes to threaten you in the comments. He should jump on and explain himself. Yeah, I don't think they're capable of having a constructive conversation. Remember, all they do is attack. They have reached the level of the character in the movie 23 when he's already in the asylum. And that's why I had showed the picture. They're seeing numbers everywhere. And this is basically, you know, where they're at. Topsy, what's up, brother?
What's going on, fellas? Y'all all right?
Oh, we're good. Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be a video I'm making about Crackery, man. In the thing, seeing the numbers and stuff. So I'm use some pictures and go through it. I should have it ready tomorrow. But yeah, man, that was some crazy stuff, man. Did you know anything about the house that you know he could have staged that, saying somebody crashed in, probably his wife, you know? It's like,
Yeah, that was like right before I got into the community. So, because I think the Panthers won it, or the Panthers and the Broncos played in the Super Bowl in 2015, and I didn't get into the community until 2016. So,
okay.
yeah, I
So
can't
that's
speak on it.
yeah, all right. But I mean, if we just add up the events and stuff like that, like we could speculate. I mean, I don't put it past them because I've called out a lot of grifters in other parts, and like especially the money grifters, when guys would say, "Oh, the money," and I would see them stage things. It's like a, it's like a, it's like a template that they use for like pity, to say, "Oh, something happened to them," and they know how to play on the strings of a person's psychology. These guys are the grifters. I mean, they're extreme. They ain't stupid, you know, they ain't stupid. I mean,
Yeah.
but we can see their grift when we squeeze them. like how you said, it was hard to see when everything was cool. But once you disagreed, once you questioned, you didn't even have to disagree, right? You just questioned.
Yeah, I just, uh, if like I think like the entire time, like I don't know, like my entire tenure with Gematria, there was some things that stood out, and I would question in my mind, but I didn't actually question Zach. And then it just, it eventually came to a head, and I was like, all right, man, I gotta start holding you accountable on some of these things that you just it just seems pretty questionable. And
Hmm.
then once I finally questioned him, uh, he hung up on me, and that's what made me, just started holding his feet to the fire more. And eventually, I got labeled a hater and a troll for that.
Wow. Wow,
Yeah,
man. And what confirms your thing is that they were coming in calling you a hater and all of that. And I said, wow, these guys still salty after all these years, after you
and they,
coming out and calling them and questioning them and holding their feet to the fire.
yeah,
That I'm so glad that Sports Gematria started that channel, man, because
yeah,
yeah, it's
and it's
like,
crazy because when he first started that channel, for like the first year, like I was one of the Hubbard supporters, and I was like uh I wasn't a fan of sports gematria. And then I finally like, let me just actually take the time out to watch these videos. And I started to see it like, man, I can't, like, you can't deny it. It's like
yeah,
this is undeniable. You cannot deny it, man. If you actually sit down and watch his videos with an open mind, I don't see how you can draw any other conclusion.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you opened my mind with it, man. And I looked at that and I was like, holy smokes. It's like you said, it's like, don't take my word for it. Watch the video,
Yeah, just go see them, man. Yeah, I don't, go and start from the oldest videos and work your way on up, man. Like it's all there. You'll see it. You'll see Zach for what he is, man.
Hmm.
And that, like, I don't, you know, I don't, I'm not, I don't just like go on a Zach like hate campaign. Once he treated you how he treated you, that's what made me feel like, nah, man, you're not gonna like do that. And this is not new. This is what he does all the time, man. Whenever
Hmm.
someone questions him, it could be someone that's been a devoted member of the community. That's what he does. He flips on them. He turns on them because they question him. And I told you, man, I've been watching you for like 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. And again, Zach put me onto you, and I thought it was a good thing that, like he was coming together with you and y'all was, streaming together. I thought it was a good thing. Even considering the fact that I feel a certain way towards him, I still felt like that's a good thing for like the truth community overall. But then I started realizing like how you operate and how you think. And I said to myself, uh, just knowing who Zach is, it's only a matter of time before like these two butt heads, and Zach is going to flip on him. And I actually thought it would last a little bit longer than what it did. But knowing Zach, I'm not surprised. It only lasted a few days, man. And I just feel like you got to hold him accountable, especially like when he flips on people and he starts like going on these attacks about people, and just knowing like the things that he said. This dude has said some pretty disgusting things, man, about humanity and about people, and again about his own mother. He said some pretty crazy things, man. I just feel like you should be the last one to act like you got so much moral ground to stand on, man. Like, no, people need to know who you are, and just go check out Sports Marshall's page. Go and sub to Zach's Patreon. Like whatever you want to do. Anyone that really wants to know, man. You don't have to take my word for it. Any of his followers' words for it, man. Just go and see it for yourself, man. And I can't advise that enough.
Yeah, hey man, that's great advice. It's like, and thank you, man. I think what probably make the falling out sooner is that I'm actually really searching for the truth. This channel used to be American Zombie. When I first started it, it was Wisdom Radio. And when I started Wisdom Radio, I said, okay, we did like really good streams and, a couple of things, with YouTube. I just made sure, okay, I got to make sure I change a few things. And then I was going to write the book American Zombie because there's so many zombies to show people how to think their way through it and create their mental shields and understand how to chart the zombie spectrum. And I had shown some pictures of that I had from a while back. Like this was one of them from the book that I had I had created, like, with the power of thought, you create the mental shield, and that allows you to see and create the zombie spectrum to say, okay, the food, the family, the friends, the politics, the medicine, the religion, the schooling and media, all are parts of this zombie spectrum. And it comes from shielding your mind and thinking critically. But then I realized there was so many zombies, I had to put it on hold. And I said, you know what? Maybe the human origins is much more important because people were so unaware that it is a mystery. What we've been told is a total lie. And then I had already seen the fakers and the truth, the so-called truth community. If you're searching for truth, you don't really gotta put it on a pedestal or on a loudspeaker. That's what Zach tries to use, the loudspeaker, and then he pulls people in with that, and then he tries to grift them with his Patreon and the Gematria, the number thing. So
Yeah.
Justin was saying it has a validity to it, and like I had said earlier, it's like the strong mind can use it and see, okay, let's study this pattern stuff, or pattern recognition, and see, okay, how can this actually help? But any type of underlying psychosis can be preyed upon. So if somebody has a little bit of schizophrenia or anything like depression, that's what he preys on. He preys, and also greed. People want to make money, and he can catch them easily with that. It reminds me of that movie, The Number 23. It very, very, very much does. I mean, he's like really I think about it like, wow. Christ from Vegas says that Zach scammed him out of $1,000. Holy smoke. Or thousands. Wow.
Yeah.
He don't realize, man, people could spray him with more than beer spray. I told him last night, I said, look, you lucky that wasn't bullets, man. But the scammers, he got psychosis himself. Yeah.
I think that's why he stopped doing the they call it pounding pavement. It's been years since the last time he's done that, and he tries to give you other reasons why, but I think that's why, because he's in the comfy confines of his house where he sits behind his computer, where it's safe, and he gets to say all these things. But once you're out there in the world, actually out there amongst people, it tends to get real at times. And like he'll tell you like he stopped pounding pavement for like other reasons, but I think that's the main reason, because it's a few times where people started challenging him and actually got physical.
Wow. That thing that happened on the pavement, was that, like, do you know the city it was in?
Yeah, it's been a few years. I'm not sure.
That was the bear spray, right?
Yeah, it was bear spray, and it was another time when there was a guy. I think it was like a month later after the bear spray situation. A guy walked up on them, and I don't know. He started engaging into conversation with them, and I think he started like pouring. I'm assuming it was like lighter fluid or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he poured it on their belongings, and he's just by himself, and is Zach and a group of other people out there, and nobody did anything, and he just walked off laughing. Nobody did anything. They didn't check him. Zach was trying to get other people to do stuff, but nobody did anything. And I was like, man, like, how are you like you act like you want to challenge like this, like these very powerful people, but you're not even willing to actually, like, when pressure is actually applied, you're not willing to actually stand on business. Like, a guy disrespected y'all, and none of you did anything, but you act like you want problems with the Jesuits. No, you don't, man. Like, this is a well-oiled machine, man, and they got 1,000 ways to knock you off. Like, and you're not even willing to actually stand up for yourself. Like, the guy disrespected y'all, poured lighter fluid all of whatever that fluid was. He poured it all over their belongings, and nobody did anything. And the guy just walked off laughing, went about his business, and nobody did anything. And I think that's why he stopped, like, the pounding pavement movement, because, like, you're actually out there amongst people where it can get physical. It can actually escalate. And I think that's why he stopped. He'll give you other reasons why, but I think that's why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's probably hiding out somewhere. I doubt he's in Washington because I think he said something Midwest. People are going to get angry. I mean, just the fact that he got disrespected and he was trying to get somebody else, man, that is like some cowardly stuff right there. It's like he ain't want to check the guy, but he tried to get other people to check him.
Yeah, that was his immediate reaction. Like, he started
Wow.
speaking through the microphone, trying to get other people from the community to check the guy, and they didn't do it. The guy did. Like, he was so bold with it, man. He just went right up to them and just started disrespecting them, and for whatever it was. I'm assuming it's lighter fluid. He poured it on their belongings and walked off laughing and went on about his business. Nobody did it.
Wow, that's it just seeing more and more of the cowardly acts, it just shows who he really is, man. It's like instead of doing it himself, it just yeah, it just
I
bad
seen
dream.
somebody in the comments ask, do I still believe in Gematria?
Let me see. Who was it? Somebody said it in the chat.
Yeah, I think so. I think I saw that.
Yeah, because I ain't really Fall of the Red is like super trolling, but I'm gonna let him say what he want to say.
No, I'll answer it.
Yeah, I just did he say it or no? I'm
I'm
trying to.
not sure. I thought I
Oh,
seen
this
it.
is it. Okay, BB Brownie, or B Brownie. Does Topsy still believe in Gematria? That's it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I.
yeah, yeah. I do, but like, if you understood how I went about this, like, years prior, yeah, like, I was very devoted to this. I would get up every day and just for hours on just number crunch, decode for hours on. I'm talking about anywhere from 5 to 8 hours, bro. I'm decoding. I was so deeply immersed into it. I was all about it, and it hasn't been like that for a couple of years now. And the reason being is because of Zach, and just how inconsistent, like, the numbers can be at times, and also understanding that, ultimately, what can you do about it? It's like, what if it got to a point to where Zach was able to convince millions of people to study gematria and decode, or just become aware of it. So it's like, all right, at that point, then what? Then what's going to happen?
Mhm.
Like, these people are very, very powerful. They just because you're aware of it doesn't, you're not, that's not going to change anything. Like, you can be aware all day long, but they're already in position. They already, like, control everything. All the major pieces on the board, they control it. Like, you can't go to war with them. There is no, you can't actually challenge these people, man.
Yeah.
And I don't know, just understanding all of that, man. That's why, yeah, I definitely don't view gematria the way I used to, but I still believe that there's something to it. But I don't think it's everything the way I used to believe and the way that the community believes. Yeah, I don't think it's everything. I don't even think it's the majority. I just think it's a piece of the puzzle. And just understanding
Understanding
how
how
Zach is so deeply immersed into it. Just look, like, whenever you engage in conversation with Zach, it, like, it may start like a normal conversation, but eventually it goes into a numerical rant. And that's what I don't want to become, or I was becoming that, and I pumped the brakes on it. And I don't want any parts of that. I don't want to be that. Like every other thought for him is gematria. He's just so deeply immersed into it that he can't view life any other way. It's just like how Neo was saying the binary codes, like just how the screen is. That's what it is for Zach, man. He can't see outside of gematria. And I'm good on that, man. I don't think it's that deep. I used to think it was, but I no longer feel that way.
Yeah, there's definitely, I'm not dismissing it totally.
No,
I'm saying, it
it's
has
definitely something to it.
Yeah, it definitely something to it. And
But if you're not careful with it, you become like Zach.
yeah,
You won't be able to see outside of it.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. That's why I put the thumbnail. I don't know, some people might have got it, but that's why, I have them making the video, and this is from one of the videos where dude just seeing the numbers, but this was the thumbnail. Can Gematria create psychosis? And when I talked about it a little earlier, it definitely can. He has fallen victim to what he hooked a lot of other people on by just putting out all of that like fire hosing all of the numbers and getting people preying upon any type of mental instability they had. He knows this. He knows this. He's a predator, but sometimes when people do that, karma comes in and pays them back. It's like people, dudes who would sell crack, and then next thing you know, they became crackheads. I've seen that happen before. It's like people will sell drugs and then become a drug addict. Not all of them, but people become susceptible to that. I remember dudes were saying, like, when they were breaking it up, the skin, they'd be absorbing it through their hands, and next thing you know, it's like, oh, he's smoking, or he's smoking. And it's like, it's that karma is real. When you're doing something bad, it can fall back on you. It can fall back on you. That's why it's always good to do good. And what we're doing here, this is what truth seeking is about. This isn't anything bad about anyone. This is saying, look, if you're searching for truth, you're going to do things like this. Like you said, you're going to hold them accountable and say, hey, wait a minute, man, what you're doing is wrong. It's like super doubly wrong, because he's using he'll throw in a little bit of truth to sell his lies. And the problem is, I think he became affected by it. And I was talking about it earlier, when anybody can look up, can gematria cause psychosis? And a lot of stuff will come up. They say not gematria itself, but it can trigger underlying causes. So any type of thing, if a person going through something, whatever, and they stumble upon that and their mind isn't protected, he can get in there. And he's skilled in that. I give him credit, because he's like a crackhead that turns people into crackheads. And he himself is like, crackheads are extremely innovative. I mean, I've seen people with super crack powers, I don't know what it is, but they find ways to get that money every day to do their drugs. So Zachary, I mean, that's why I was calling him Crackery, because he's kind of a crackhead. Crackery, he acts that way. He's jittery, he's jumpy, he's always jumping around, and I'm like, man, and it's not good. I mean, when they say, see, they're really the liars, because we're the truth seekers. We're saying, look, man, we're saying, wait a second, we want to know numerology, the truth. The truth is, like you said, if you mess with somebody that's very big, that's extremely unwise, because those people can crush you. The most I would say that comes from understanding things about people that run stuff is to say, okay, these are the people that run it, so we have to be careful. We have to figure out the most important things is making sure we got clean food, clean water, shelter, and clothing. And because, I mean, we already see the slavery is still here. It never really left. It just took different forms. And in that, you got people like Crackery that's trying to scam people. And that's crazy, man. That's like, you look at that and it's like, he might need to be in the straitjacket. He might need to to get mental help. I would hope that he would. I mean, I think this is the guy from yesterday. I think this guy, he said that he says crackery is a you know, he's a grifter, but you also say that, you know, you believe in gematria, right?
Well, it's what the Jesuits used to control the world, right? And the Jews, and it's part of Jewish.
Well,
All the
this is
Jews know
what
what
you
it is.
believe, right? That this is what you believe, right?
I mean, yeah, it's the truth. No,
Well, no, it's not the truth. It's what you believe because there's no way for you to prove that. You see what I'm saying? So you say that, right? Let's just say wherever you live, you knew they were mafia families, right? And you knew the names of those families, like how they busted the Genovese and the families here with John Gotti and all of that, right? In New York. And you started talking about that, those families would stick you in the ground. You'd be pushing up daisies. We know this. You would, you know, not come out. But now to say something and to tell me about people that's more powerful than the mob, much more, that you can talk smack about them and they're not going to stick you in the ground. You see what I'm saying? So it's either one or two things. It's not them, right? So it seems more like that, or you experience a type of psychosis from the gematria. Gematria can show us patterns in certain things in numerology, but it's real easy to fall into that. Like crackery, he has put this on a lot of people. I mean, it's like I said, it's like a crackhead turning other people into crackhead. I've seen it happen. People smoke weed, somebody crumble up crack in that. Next thing you know, they crackhead. You know, and I've asked guys about that on the block. I was like, yo, man, you know, we went to high school together. What, you know, how'd you start smoking crack? You know, and they would tell me the whole story. Like, yeah, we would, you know, smoke blunts and, you know, crumble it in there. And then we wanted more. So with the gematria, it's like, oh, number this and number that and all of this stuff, you know?
yeah, I'm with you. It's you know, patterns. Yeah, I'm with
Yeah,
you.
so you know, it's kind of the auctioneers. It's like somebody quick. You're going to buy a bag of weed. Oh, yo, hurry up! The cops is coming. Boom, make the exchange. Find out you just bought oregano or something like that. Always
I
some.
think a good example is like in 2020, all those current events that happened, they all equal 56. It's like 10 events that all happened in 2020,
All
all
right,
equal
now,
56.
did you realize this after the events or before?
Uh, I started looking into gematria in 2021, so that was the first eye-popping thing to me.
So it was after the events, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So now I had talked about this earlier in the stream, right? When I talked about how it it doesn't cause psychosis by itself, but it has a way of preying on underlying patterns in the brain. So, and this is, you can check this, you can look it up. This is verified, right? So it can exacerbate an underlying mental health vulnerability, any type of vulnerability. You could have trauma, you could have depression, you could have a loss of a loved one, you could have schizophrenia, a psychosis, you could be predisposed to something. And this, you know, these people with this, a lot of us, everybody has a little bit of something, but it can make us drawn to the complex hidden patterns, making them highly susceptible to obsessing over numerology or gematria. And I mean, I implore you to look this up. This is what truth seeking is about. This is what it's about. It's saying, look, man, we want to learn here, and this is what this channel's about. And I'm glad Topsy checked it for a while. I you're going to get into a little bit of arguments and stuff like that. I don't debate, I don't argue, but sometimes it comes up, and I tell people, look, it's better to have a conversation and build, because when we build, we learn. But when you debate and argue, debating is a winner and a loser. You don't learn. It's just fighting with each other. The word itself stems back to debauchery, to beat each other up.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's very important to understand words. Zach is an expert level, in my opinion, con man. I mean, the guy, he's an innovative crackhead. Like, you'll see crackheads do stuff, and you're like, man, how the hell did this guy get away with that? And this is what he's doing when he's scamming people. The cowardness comes out, like when Topsy said the person put like the lighter fluid or something, and he didn't have the courage to do something, he tried to get somebody else to do something. I mean, that's, it says it right there in your face. But what prevents a person from seeing that? The mental illness. The mental illness that is caused by this, it can take the heart out of a person. This is why sometimes crackheads lose their heart. You'll see people that big tough guys become crackheads, and then they just they don't have any heart anymore. Everything's for the drug. And this gematria thing is another type of drug. If it's not used properly, it must be approached in a certain way. What you think about this, all of that stuff you found, number 56 and all of that, that sounds like the movie 23, where they see all these, the number 23 parent and significance dates. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie, but you should watch it. And it brings a descent into paranoia. And that's exactly what's happened with quackery's followers, is that they descending into paranoia. So they're basically like, oh man, these people and those people. Really? It's those people and those people? But it's not the guy trying to get you to subscribe to his Patreon. Like, you see it, I think, in a way. If this thing
I agree 100%.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, man. I mean, this channel is all about education, learning, and we could kick it and laugh and all of that stuff, because laughter and play is a very high form of learning. When you look at animals and they play, cats and dogs when they're young, that's training. They're training themselves for when they get older. Animals in the wild, when they're young, they play. Play is the highest form sometimes of learning. So we play around, we laugh, and we stumble onto things, and we say, wow, look at that. And we do it in a way that's cool, that we're not trying to like hate on anybody. We're saying, hey, did you notice this? And then we hold accountability. Like Topsy was saying, we say, wait, hold up a second. What you were doing here, that ain't too cool, man. You gotta correct that. We're gonna have to like look into this now. No, we're gonna stop and look into that. Zach, he immediately tries to divert. He's very skilled in diverting, very, very skilled, because he's a grifter, and grifters are always skilled in that. They'll attack a person, ethnicity, they'll attack their age, they'll attack stuff they've done in their lives, but all of that is done to deflect away from them grifting. And they'll come out with, hey, this adds up to this number and this number and that number. Okay, how does that help me get food and shelter and water? That's when they bring in the grift. Oh, you got to bet. Now, gamblers, when you gamble a lot, it creates another form of psychosis, hence completing the cycle again to allow you to be controlled more by the numbers. We see this with people that don't even really subscribe to gematria. You look at the people with the racing forms, and they're studying the racing forms. Imagine if they would study a technical manual like that. They become a genius. No, they want to study some horses, running. And it's like, wow, you put all that time and effort into that. You could be a doctor, a medical expert, if you put that into just reading an anatomy book. These people have extreme skill. And this is what real truth community is about, saying, look, man, let's build together and let's become smarter. And like Topsy's saying, when we see something that's serious, that's big, be careful not to say too much, because I don't know if you've ever read the 48 Laws of Power, and you got to really know who you're dealing with. The one story when the one of the sultans insulted Genghis Khan and got just eradicated from that. He brought them to their knees, and all he wanted to do was have a trade route to bring the Silk Route through Arabia. And they're like, trying to look at him like, oh, he's just a Mongol. He's like, all right, cool. He tried to ask him again. They dissed him. And he's like, all right, I see you chose war. And that's the same thing. I'm not saying I'm Genghis Khan or anything, but when I saw the way that Zach was attacking, just with, it wasn't even over a disagreement or an argument. It was over the fact that he couldn't understand a simple puzzle with shadows. And I'm saying, wait a minute, this guy's supposed to be a teacher. But again, the teacher is usually the most brainwashed, because if he's going to go on about the government schooling and stuff like that, it's like, okay, so what does that say about him? What does that really say about him? Retro, what's up, brother? He says, most likely breaking the head or dating someone smarter than you, or thinks in different patterns can cause insanity. There's many things, bro. You know what's up, man. You definitely know. And this is funny. It just, yeah, the whole, see, they have to create an enemy. And this is why they create the Jesuit thing. They attack the person, religion, and all of this. You look over at the Israel thing, and you see a lot of people that is like fighting against the stuff like that and saying, "Nah, we're gonna burn our draft cards." I think this is oh man, he hopped off. Badger, I just saw you. I was gonna pull you on, but it hopped it off.
Have you ever heard of apophenia?
Apophenia? That sounds familiar, but please remind me.
Okay, so once I became aware of what this was, this also played a role in me like pumping the brakes on gematria and numerology. Okay, so apophenia is the human tendency to perceive meaningful connections, patterns, or significance in entirely random or unrelated data. Coined by German neurologist Klaus Conrad in 1958, it is a normal brain quirk meant to find order, but it can sometimes lead to magical thinking, conspiracy theories, or severe psychosis if taken to extremes. And that when I was made aware of this, man, it just really made me like pump the brakes on this gematria stuff. Like I believe there's something to it, but I just feel like this makes a lot of sense, man. Like we it's easy for us to look for pattern recognition, man. Especially like if you have a tendency to be I don't know, to think like a conspiracy theorist. Looking at a chaotic graph or a sequence of numbers and spotting trends or hidden messages that do not actually exist. Confirmation bias, actively seeking out or remembering only the information that confirms a pattern you already believe in. It just makes a lot of sense. Apophenia, and I don't know, man. Just stepping outside of gematria and just trying to don't make it, I don't know. You have to be careful with being so dug into a belief because if you're not careful, you'll be so dug into it that you won't give anything else a chance. And that's what I feel like you got to really keep an open mind.
Yeah.
You can't think that you got it all figured out, man. And that's my whole point. And I'm not saying that there's nothing to gematria. I'm just saying we're on the outside looking in. We're trying to figure this out. So you just can't be so dug into something that you think you got it all figured out. Can it be the Jesuits? Yeah, it can be. But I feel like the approach should be, man, after research and studying, man, it seems to be that the Jesuits are the ones that are controlling everything. I can't say that I'm 100% sure that that's what it is, but it seems to be. And I think that's a better approach as opposed to saying, nope, it's the Jesuits 1000%. Yeah, I know I got this figured out. I think that's wrong. I think you need to keep an open mind. And that's my whole point, man.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. It's like seems to be, that's the phrasing. It's so important to phrase it in that manner to where it's like, yeah, this is what it is. Mr. X, what's up? And Badger, what's up, man?
Good
Yeah,
to see you, MD. Good to see
Hey,
you. Just to say real quick,
good to have.
this numerology thing may have a purpose. It may be right, but the way Zach approaches it, it's just pure insanity.
Yeah.
That's what that is. He's not even approaching it right. Probably serious numerologists would laugh at him. That's what he's doing. He's turning it into something,
Yeah.
and the people are believing that he's actually giving him the hardcore facts about the teachings of this stuff. It's probably just some nonsense.
Yeah.
And they're just spitting out numbers for anything.
Somebody had left a comment too, a big long comment, a couple of them explaining that he don't know real gematria. But Badger had an experience. I don't know. He's going to talk about what his
Oh, go ahead.
experience. Yeah, with Zach is. It was with Zachary or with gematria.
Yeah, in a sense. And by the way, thank you for having me on, Mr. Max.
Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Great stream last night. Made me laugh a lot. Unfortunately, I had to go to work in the morning. But anyway, yeah, I had an unfortunate encounter with quackery. And I literally have maybe about 10 different ways to prove that all his gematria stuff is completely and utterly fake. I have a scientific approach, a mathematical approach, and just a logical approach. Depending on which one you want me to use, I can use all three, or if you want me to give you an example, let me know which
Yeah,
one.
please go right ahead. Yeah, anyone you feel is best.
I like that you talked about the scientific method earlier, and the scientific method you have to. Okay, so you have an idea, right? And the idea is Jesuits are using gematria to rig sports and celebrities. So what you'd have to actually do for this to actually work as an experiment, you'd have to grab a Jesuit, just throw him in a room with Keanu Reeves or Bruce Willis or whoever, a celebrity, and have this Jesuit do gematria on the celebrity, and then you have to record the data to see what gematria events happen to this celebrity, and you have to record it. And if all these things come true, therefore the experiment worked. And but you have to do this multiple times for it to even become a theory or a law within something scientific. So the only way you're gonna be able to prove something, prove. So with proof means that you have to sub. Sorry, I've been learning a lot of Spanish today, so I'm like kind of my girlfriend's Spanish, so
Mhm.
she's been teaching me a bunch of Spanish. So like my English and Spanish is kind of
Mhm.
mixing in today.
Gotcha.
So subsequently, he'd have to literally grab this Jesuit and record all his data. You can't do that because that's impossible.
Mhm.
And next, a formula. Where's the formula? There's no formula. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. We have a formula for that. Length times width equals height. Like we have these geometry formulas within our scientific and mathematical communities. I do carpentry work, so I use a lot of geometry throughout my day, and based on measurements, and that's what math is used. So math is used for a measurement from a point A to point B of a distance. If gematria means geometry in technically Greek, because gematria is actually the Greek word for the Hebrew word.
Mhm.
I don't know if anybody knew that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. So it means like some kind of geometry. But geometry literally means like we're measuring something and we're going to build something, and we use a mathematical equation to make that happen. What mathematical equations are they using on a daily basis to build or to create something? There's no creation, there's no building, there's nothing. It's just it's a guy who sits in a chair all day yapping his freaking gums all fucking day. Excuse my language. All freaking day, screenshotting Derek's calculator, CNN articles, ESPN articles, so on and so forth, player props, all that stuff, and putting it onto a blog. And he's just sitting there. And you want to know why he has his little bicycle where he looks like a little quackhead freaking moving around? It's because I've been calling him out being a lazy POS for the last 2.5 years, sitting there in a chair. And he's so insecure. He literally bought himself a bicycle where it looks like he's yanking his chain while he's doing his fraud crap because of me, because I kept calling him out that he's a lazy POS.
Wow.
So he bought a bike because I've been calling him out, and he does not like that. And and my next thing for a mathematical way to debunk Zach is that Zach uses 83 words and phrases. 83 times 4 is 332. One of his highest numbers is 343. If you do mean median mode, 332 divided by 343 is 95%. So if he's within the numbers 1 through 343, he has a 95% chance of blaming it on Jesuits, Skull and Bones, Masons, Catholics, whatever, because he has 83 words and phrases that he uses. But, Gematria hot dog stand equals 201. So
Right.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
yeah, and that's a good point because with the numbers, it's like where does it lead? It's like what about the numbers, the things that don't add up? Scientifically, you would have to bring that into the equation to really understand gematria or numerology to say, okay, these things, they'll take what they want to take. And this is where gematria can interact with psychosis, because what it does is it overreacts. It has overactive pattern recognition. And this psychosis, it causes the brain's pattern recognition and meaning making functions to go into overdrive. So he overstimulates. It's like somebody eating a piece of candy, and then if you try to eat an apple or something, the apple doesn't taste as sweet. The apple, you've overstimulated your taste buds, and they do this, with the candy. And this is why kids don't want to eat natural fruit and stuff that would be sweet, but it's not sweet enough now because they've overstimulated. So when he overstimulates people with the gematria, it affects them, especially people that have an underlying condition. Medical professionals generally observe that gematria doesn't break the healthy brain, but it does target people with predispositions to
anxiety, for sure.
depression, and
Yeah.
then it can draw them to the hidden patterns, making them highly susceptible to over obsessing about the numerology. And this is what we see. So, what scientifically would say, okay, that's the theory. So now let's look at people. Oh, this is what we see. It's like a drug addict trying to protect or hide their addiction or rationalize the addiction, to where they're like, no, it's good. It helps me. Alcohol is good for this. It's good for that. But it's like, yeah, you don't need to be drinking it every day though, man. Now people do, and they're functional, but we know it's like, okay, what about these studies here where people have developed like cirrhosis of the liver and stuff like that? And I'm not telling anybody not to drink or to drink, because life is tough, man. I mean, we don't know where we're going into the next. We don't know what it is. Religious people would try to tell me they know for sure, but I know they don't know for sure. There's nobody that really knows. It's like a scam. Scientifically, this is the amazing thing about science. It breaks any type of thing we see the modern world trying to tell us. We start to see that evolution is actually a religion based on belief, because science, real science, dispels that. It says, well, wait a minute, math, just to think about the combinatory effects when something is forming, right? You say, wait a minute, this thing is not going to form just by chance. There's mechanisms like blood clotting and stuff that need many factors. That looks like a schematic. You being into building too would notice clearly. You would look, if somebody found something as simple as a spoon 300 feet deep in earth, say in whatever continent, you would see the spoon and you would say, man, somebody made this. This didn't form naturally. A spoon, not even like a skateboard or a bicycle, a freaking spoon. So it's like, how the hell are they going to tell me a cell, which is ridiculously complex? Most people don't know what it takes to have a cell, with the proteins and the lipids and the carbohydrates and the nucleus and the cell wall. And they're like, that's going to happen by chance. So science breaks mind control like anything else. And I've had many, many conversations that they try to turn into debates about that one. The religious, I can actually have more of a conversation with them, because they're actually honest about, look, this is my belief. I don't need proof, because that's what a belief is. I'm like, yep, you're right. So you can't tell me it's 100% truth. You can't tell me it's scientific. The evolutionist is a religious person that says they're not religious. They say, no, it's not based on belief. The earth is, 4 point something billion years old. There's no scientific method to determine that. There's just none. You can't even go past 75,000 years with carbon dating, and even that has its flaws. So when we apply the scientific method to gematria and numerology, there is a lot of holes. And like, yeah, you'd have to have the person you're accusing of doing this and do repetitive experiments over and over and document it. That is the scientific method, empirical science. You got to be able to measure it, to observe it, to repeat it, and over, and understand that this this measuring, this observing and repeating can act differently in different environments. So now that broadens it, saying, whoa, look at that, you know? So if we do this in a cold environment, a hot environment, like tree ring dating, I would think naturally when I was younger, like, yeah, you look at the tree rings, it makes sense. Somebody saying, all right, each ring is a year, takes a year. We find that not to be true now. And that's almost unbelievable. People say, wait a minute, so you're telling me these are not individual years? I'm like, yep. I'm like, if you look on certain mountaintops, depending on the weather, some trees can form 2 rings in a year, and some trees form 1 ring every few years. So that tree is much older, and then the other trees are much younger. But they're incorrectly dated when they say, oh, these rings are each year. Now there's many scientists that have published work on this, but it's hard to circulate it because of the machine. Because now we do see that, wow, there is some type of system that suppresses real truth. And this, we see it clearly in a lot of the sciences, especially in the universities. We see it in biology, and that's how they get to bring in the medicines, the pharmaceuticals. They say, oh no, these natural medicines, no, we're going to want you to take these pharmaceuticals. And mainly because, one, it's not just that they can patent it, but it controls you. You become a crackhead to the system, basically. And if you look up the side effects to a lot of them, they cause problems that they try to give you another pharmaceutical for. So instead of saying, look, you've eaten so much sugar that it's overworked your pancreas to where your body is not able to produce the adequate amount of insulin to bring the blood sugar down when you eat something sweet. So you can't eat something sweet. You got to chill out on that. You got to watch what you eat now because you've overworked your pancreas. No, just take this drug, metformin or whatever. They have like a whole bunch of Genevia and all of that, which again have their own problems. And you can eat some sweet stuff. So it's like you think about you're riding a bicycle and you're hearing something. You say, yeah, I got to fix the chain or something, or the wheel. I hear something with the tire. And they say, no, just put on these headphones. That'll cure it because you won't hear it. And you're like, well, what are you talking about? I want to know how to fix the problem, man. I don't want to like shut it out. And that's the analogy in comparison to eating healthy as opposed to taking a pill. And with Gematria and stuff, they use this to get the person. They play on the greed, they
Yes.
and this really can pull a person in, especially if they're going through a hard time in their life. It's real easy. These guys, when I look at people like Zach and other Gematria people, I guess they would exist, but Zachary's like the only one I really stumbled upon because he was using the truth net. Because I would have never went on that stream if it was numerology or Gematria. I'd have been like, well, I don't really know much about it. I don't really see what I could study it, but then it's like anybody can look up. Well, if you study it, you better keep your mental shields up because it can trigger or exacerbate any underlying mental health vulnerabilities. And we have these things and we don't know we have them. So this is very important to know. I had made a chart.
It's like a trauma trigger.
Yeah, exactly. Could be trauma trigger. I had made this chart to show people like, okay, we know on the top left, there are things we know. So things we know certain things. We know how old we are. We know this, we know that. We know these things for sure. Then there are things we know that we don't know on the top right. We know we don't know how to fly an airplane. We might try and might succeed, but we can't fly a 747. We don't know how to fly a fighter jet, but we know that we don't know that. We know certain things on the top left, and we know that we don't know certain things. So those two things are easy to understand. Then there's things that we don't know that we know. What's an example of that? An example of that would be, say, sports or something. You might say, I don't think I can run a mile in 7 minutes or 6 minutes or something. And then you try and you're like, holy smokes, I did it. So you didn't know, right? We don't know that we know that we could have did it, that we had that ability. So there are things we don't know that we know, things that we think we can't accomplish that we actually can accomplish. And we don't know that we can accomplish that. So that's a really little bit more trickier on the bottom left. Then the big one is we don't know. There's things that we don't know that we don't know. So, and one example, it's very hard to get examples for this one, but one would be human origins. We don't know that we don't know where we come from. We don't know. Like people say, nah, it started by accident and the evolution. Oh no, some deity made us and all that. Okay, great. But we don't know, really. And most people that believe those things don't know that they don't know. And
Yeah.
that one gets and this goes into this is deeper psychology and psychiatry, getting into the mind, saying, okay, how do we really work? And that's just the physical brain, not talking about the consciousness. To say that the consciousness is created by chemicals in the brain is a coping mechanism. It's a lie to oneself. It's like saying the radio creates the program. It's like saying the television creates the show. No, we know that the television is broadcasting something that is from somewhere else, and the television is the receiver. The radio receives a transmission. If the radio breaks, the transmission is still there. If you have another radio, it'll pick it up. So the radio and the television, in this sense, they mimic the body. So the body and the brain, especially, could be the receiver for consciousness. Now, this scientifically makes more sense than any of the other theories they have. And that's seeking the truth. What we're doing here is actually seeking truth. We're saying, hey, you know what? This gematria thing, one, it can cause a type of underlying condition to rise up, which can lead to psychosis. And then if they prey upon a pre-existing thing, like if somebody has a financial problem, or if they're don't going through depression or something. And this is just what Zach did. He tried to be like, oh, this guy talked about financial problems. I was like, this guy is, I mean, it's not pretty, man. I mean, that's like some real dirty, low down turd type of stuff to say,
Yeah.
because he was trying to catch me like, oh man, yeah, maybe you could help me. Maybe it's like, really? It's like, listen, man, he's only going to push somebody to go Manson on him. That's all he's going to do.
He's a get rich quick artist. That's all he is. He's trying to sell a cheat code to desperate people. Here's a
Yeah.
cheat code on how to win money. They make a fortune in sports betting. I got the cheat code. Just like the game coaches. They're struggling with women. Here's the cheat code, the game. It's the same
Yeah.
thing. It's a
Everyone's always trying to find that easy way out of things. And unfortunately, it's not taking the hard way. Well, I'm not going to say, hey, don't make life hard. You don't, be smart. Don't work hard. Work smart type of shit, right? I mean, type of stuff. Sorry, my language. I'm blue collar, man. It's hard sometimes.
No, but you're doing well. You're doing well. Thank you.
So yeah, like work smart. Like it might seem hard, but guess what? You're learning to build character. You're learning to build a life. You're learning to build relationships. You're learning to build yourself. You're learning more about how reality works and how to be an adult, or money exists. I get that. Like, we don't like the monetary system. I know that we want to get rid of it, but it's here. It's here to stay. It's evolving into like this digital stuff, stocks, mutual funds, IRAs, and all that. And there is a day where you're not going to be able to work anymore. This is going to be a reality. And these people are wasting their good years on this gematria crap. I mean, look, you have 4 or 5 Hubbard trolls in your chat right now, wasting their time trying to convince us and others that the cult is still alive. By the way, Topsy, I'm the reason why Manuro Coffee no longer promotes the quack.
Oh, that was you.
Badger, if that were true, what you just said about the trolls, if it really worked, they wouldn't be here. They'd be out making money there in their sports bets. They wouldn't waste their time here. That
Yeah,
shows
this
you
is
it's a scam.
Good point. Good
one
point.
of those guys is probably a burner account. It's probably Zach because I seen some of the
Mhm.
words that he used and it's typical Zach lingo. So it's
Yeah.
probably Zach trying to do
Oh yeah.
damage control.
The
Yep.
But
Fox.
I don't pay attention to that, man. You know, they're gonna say what they say. They label you a hater and a troll. But I just look at the things that I've said, man. I said Zach said racist things about black people. When you go to Sports Watcher page, you can see it yourself. Max Doubt seen it. I said that he said that his mother, the life would be better off if his mother was dead. Max
Yep.
Doubt went and seen it for himself. Like nothing that I said was a lie. Like what's your definition of a hater or a troll? Like nothing that
Anybody
I
who goes
said was a
against the
lie.
cult.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Like
That's right.
you know, maybe our definitions of a hater or a troll is completely different. But I just
It's-
simply hold Zach accountable for the controversial things that he said. If it like, why would a sponsor drop him if he doesn't say crazy stuff? Like these people dropped him. He lost a sponsor. The only sponsor this community ever had. He lost it. Why?
oh, he actually was going to have a few more, but I stopped that as well.
Yeah, but why would they stop? Why would they not support you though? It's because of the things that comes out of his
Yeah.
mouth, man. Like you
Mhm.
didn't, your channel didn't get deleted because so many times because you're calling out the elite. No, your channel got deleted because you say some pretty controversial things, man. That's just what it boils down to, and it's a reason why they haven't deleted. Why you still got the same talking points, except you dialed it back a bit when it comes to some of the crazy things that you say. And that's why it's been a few years since they deleted your channel last. And if they censor you, over the last 3 or 4 months, I've seen you gain 7,000 subs on your channel. You went from 48,000 to almost 55,000 people. But I thought they were censoring you. Which is it? Are they censoring you or not? So I like, man,
That's a good
I,
point. No,
I
no,
don't know, man. I just,
Paid for
like,
bots.
yeah, it's
yeah.
a good point. You're pointing out the logic of it. It's saying, wait a second, if you're being censored, how's your channel growing? You know,
Yeah, 7,000 subs in a few months. Like
yeah,
if you're buried in the algorithm like you claim, how is
mhm,
that possible?
yeah,
Like the guy Simple Truth, his channel has been on 10,009 subs. He's also a guy in the Gematria community. He's been on 10,000 subs for years now. His channel has not grown. But Zach here in a few months has gained 7,000 subs. How is that possible if you're censored?
Bots. It's bots.
yeah.
I've proven this because he uses Mighty Networks, right? And I guess you can use Mighty Networks to whatever tier he's using to promote bots to increase views within YouTube to get subscribers. So he's got the money. I mean, we all know he has the money. It doesn't cost that much money to get this type of thing. Like, I mean, you could do it on TikTok, you could do it on Instagram, promote yourself, get ad revenue, that stuff if you give YouTube some money. And YouTube obviously has partnerships with all kinds of apps too, like Mighty Networks, for example.
Yeah.
Uh, here's other examples too. So Zach is married. I'm putting this in quotes because the supposed wife of his doesn't even have his last name, and he claims all his manliness. Why doesn't she have her last name? I'm not going to give out her last name, even though I know it. She's a pharmacist. She when you work at because I used to work at a clinic. I used to be an LPN, a licensed practical nurse. When if you're a pharmacist, every single person that goes into that pharmacy, including the workers, I mean into that clinic, every doctor that prescribes, whether it be a quaxine, oxycodone, whatever, has to go through Zach's wife first, and she has to check it off. So every person that gets a quaxine is because she gave it the green light. So that person is giving vaccines daily to people. So this guy who's like, oh, he saved so many people from the vaccines, his wife goes to work and gives it to people. So tell him, make it make sense. I can't make it make sense. I don't know how to make it make sense, but I'm letting you know this is how life works. That's her job. It's proven. That's proof. And it's really messed up, guys. I mean, I don't know what else to tell people, especially the two trolls in the chat that
Mhm.
are probably really mentally ill.
Yeah, no,
He's
that's
trying
they
so
have
hard
a
to defend
psychosis.
his honor.
Yeah, they have a psychosis, and it's good because see, they don't realize that they're in the chat, but I'm looking at them like an experiment. So they're really in a laboratory, saying, "Okay, this is a perfect experiment to say we know that it causes psychosis, and like you said, they'd be out making money. They wouldn't be so insecure. So this is a clear sign of insecurity that."
Mhm.
And Topsy's right. One of them is probably Zach. Is probably a Zach bot, and he's so afraid. I mean, if you're a truther or you're into the truth defends itself. You don't have
Right.
to go around. You can't force somebody to accept the truth. It's like saying, look, man, we got pollutants in the water. And now it's worse because they lessened the protection laws for coal plants and stuff. So they're dumping a lot of stuff in the water. And you try to tell somebody, you got somebody might say, okay, I understand, and they make a difference. You got somebody else that say, I understand, but they still drink the water, but they know what's up. It's like a person that knows cigarettes is bad, but they still smoke it. But at least they admit and like, look, man, it's bad, but I'm going to do it. Then you
Cognitive
got,
dissonance.
yeah. And then you have the other people where they're just like, they don't want to know. They're like, nah, they'll make it. The cognitive dissonance comes in where they'll say, well, they'll host those two opposing beliefs that, they'll say, well, it's good in some sense. It's not that bad, or everything kills, whatever. That they'll bring up so much things I've noticed. And at that point, I realize, okay, there's nothing. Why am I even saying anything? Why am I trying to help this person? Because I remember the old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And so many people that I've
Mm.
tried to do good things for, you end up getting betrayed by them.
Yep.
Like thinking that Zach was, really into the truth and all of that. I'm like, okay, I went on there, talked, he liked it. And then I realized very quickly within less than say 10, 12 days, when he basically attacked the idea that I presented about seeing things from different angles, that people have different perspectives, and the fact that he couldn't grasp that, I think it offended his ego, and I didn't even know he made a stream about it with the shapes and the shadows
Yeah.
until a day later. Then he made that other stream, and I was like, oh, this dude is like, wow, this dude is very deceitful. So I
And
was
that's
like,
what's
all right,
funny about it. That's what's
yeah.
funny about it. Because like, why don't they hold him accountable? Like he started this. He started this. You didn't start this. He started this. He attacked you. Why don't they hold him accountable for that? Like it's crazy.
Topsy, do you know who Sweet Lady's foster mother is?
No, I'm not familiar with her, man. I just know he calls her sweet lady. I don't even know what she looks like.
Okay. All right. So Sweet Lady's foster mother, I won't give that name out either. But the foster mother, because she got adopted. She was living in another country, Burma, and she illegally went to Japan and was working there illegally, almost got caught and deported, but she didn't. Got into a UN program and ended up in Snohomish County, Washington. Then she got adopted, right, from a UN
Yeah.
program from some lady a couple weeks before she became 18, where she would have been ineligible. She, the foster mother, designs the AI for Meta, Amazon, and what's the other one? I can't remember the other one, but the three major social media platforms. She like designs the AI and how like we move our mouth when we talk and our
Gotcha.
cheeks and stuff and our mannerisms. So when you're on your phone, it like scans your face and it mimics like your muscle movements in your mouth and stuff. And her mother is the one that designed that. And
Gotcha.
that's Zach's, I guess you can say, in law, mother in law.
Yeah.
So that person, like Zach's tied to big pharma and big tech. So just think about that.
Yeah, true.
Wow. So he's like, he might actually be a plant when I
Yeah,
think about it.
a lot of people accuse him of that.
Wow. And that's just me speculating, adding 2 + 2, what you guys are saying. And I'm saying, wait a second, this is giving a telltale sign of that. And the fact that he's so defensive, I've noticed this with other grifters. Once they get defensive, it's like that's a red flag. It's like, oh, so you really are a grifter. It's like you wouldn't care. Like when people say, oh, this and that, you got books out, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but I hardly mention them. I haven't sold a lot, but it's like, hey, I put them out there so I don't have to like reiterate stuff. Like when I say, look, all right, this book is out there about the words and stuff like that and the anagrams. And the anagrams is not a conspiracy, but I say, okay, if you want to check the book, you can check it, whatever. If not, that's cool. We can talk about it. And it's free. I provide a free service to talk to people. If they want to donate, they do, whatever. It's not like saying, oh, they have to. And I've noticed that when I looked at the Zach thing, when he mentioned his book, and then I try to link it to that movie 23, the number 23, it's very close to what he's doing with the Gematria book, because the whole movie, and I'm going to watch this movie again because a friend and I were talking today about this that I knew from way back, and he's like, yeah, man, he goes, that movie, it showed that there's something similar. And when I look through it again, it's like, oh, wow, it started with a book about numbers that started to cause a bit of psychosis.
Yep.
And yeah, so I'm going to watch it again, probably tomorrow. I'm gonna be like, man, and probably look through it, because this, I would have never, this is how I noticed the truth and how life speaks to us. I wasn't trying to expose nobody. I didn't care about Gematria. I'm like, man, I'm trying to get my Human Origins book ready and do other stuff and figure out ways of making shorter books so people can read them quicker, and basically to educate ourselves. That's what truth is about, not about spreading fear, because I noticed that's what Zach does. He spreads fear to catch people. Yeah, and it's like, that's not the good way to do it. And you can endanger people. Like you said, if they go around spreading this stuff, oh, it's these people, it's that people, that could get you offed. That could get you offed. If you said it about mob families, you know what would happen. So wouldn't it make sense that if you say it about people bigger than that, they could easily send somebody or do something? You touch upon the right subjects, oh, you will be offed. Like we see it with the child trafficking thing, where what was it, the two rock stars, one from Linkin Park and one from Soundgarden, they say that they offed themselves, but really it didn't look like that, and they were going to produce a documentary about the kids. The Attorney General, I think it was for Arizona or one of those states around there, she was like, CPS, Child Protective Service, she goes, it's basically they're taking people's kids, and this is like a big gigantic, she was accusing them of being child trafficking. Her husband ended up offing her and offing himself. It was like such a setup. I said, yeah, somebody did that. They probably offed the husband and then said he offed the wife, and then he self-deleted. And I'm like, wow, if you touch that thing a little too close, they ain't even playing around. And when look at the president. I mean, if you saw any full-grown man with pictures with 10-year-olds on his lap and stuff, you'd be like, wait a minute, where's their parent? You would immediately suspect that guy. But this guy and his group of PDF files, and I'm not saying it's just Republicans, it's all, I don't trust any politician. It's like, it's just becoming more noticeable. Because if somebody showed you a picture with a guy that was 70 years old, or I think he had it since he was 40 and 50, and you in rooms with all these, and the pictures are there. It's like, and you constantly with this dude that has been accused of this. So it's not even saying that it's a speculation or a theory. No, Epstein, that they solidified that. Ghislaine Maxwell went away for trafficking, but trafficking to who? It's like when you add it all up, you start to say, holy smokes, this is This ain't pretty, man. This ain't pretty at all. And we are in like a serious like problem here. And if you touch them, now that's the real, like how you were saying about like when he tries to say, oh, the Jesuits and all of that. Once you touch on the point that they don't like, you're gonna be offed. And yeah, he's definitely cuts. He's a predator. I do see him as a predator. He is, and the only reason he would say that Epstein isn't real is because when I called him out yesterday and I said, "Yo, ain't you like a elementary teacher and you're not teaching elementary? That what is it? They won't hire you. Maybe they don't trust you. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's a file himself. Maybe he's a file himself."
I found out he was never a teacher. He was actually a CNA, a certified nursing assistant. I actually have the proof. I actually found the certification, the government certifications on my public post on my
Wow.
YouTube.
Wow.
Badger, is his real name Hubbard? Or is that a fake name?
Yeah, because I found his wife's pharmacist license, right? And I'm like, I don't know. I just got curious. So I typed in his name into the WashingtonState.gov medical license webpage.
Mm-hmm.
And his name came up and it was a CNA, and he was a CNA from 2007 to 2014. And the year that he really started doing YouTube was the year he stopped doing the CNA. And
Wow.
the license has his birthday on it.
Wow.
So yeah,
Okay, so
it's on my page.
Yeah, you're doing it deep. And what you got is on your YouTube channel or your website?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's on my YouTube channel. Cuts can show you guys if
Yeah, what is the at your YouTube? At what?
the Badgering Podcast. So capital T, capital B, capital P, all
Uh,
one word, no
I
space.
spell it out. Badgering.
Yeah, the Badgering Podcast.
Let me see because I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Yeah.
At the Badgering Podcast. Let me see if this is. And Robert E. Zodiac, man, thank you. He said Hubbard threatened to 86 Trump and YouTube did nothing. Straight CIA disinformation agent. Is this did I spell it correctly? The Badgering Podcast, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It should be on a community post. It was a while ago. I probably posted about 7 or 8 months ago. But there's also shorts. I have two.
Okay.
Cuts and I, we make music. It's hilarious. You
Yeah.
guys love it.
No, that's good, man. It's like, see, this is something where I think Zach didn't understand. It's like he thought he could intimidate, like he probably does to most people, the bully type stuff. But no, he didn't realize that I don't have a problem with letting people on because this is about the truth. And he just opened a can of worms. It's just like, look, man, I'm not gonna be afraid of him, man. Especially, it's just gonna make me more into saying, okay, who else wants to expose him? Because we're actually doing a service to people, preventing somebody from getting hurt or falling into this trap, or how Topsy was saying that dude bet a lot of stuff and end up self-deleting himself, and Zach don't want to even talk about that.
His name was Mark Hamill. R.I.P.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. They're so quick to take credit for something, say, oh, this person won. But when something like that happens, magically, nah, it couldn't be what he said,
Yep.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like
Now you don't want no credit for Gematria.
Yeah.
Now you want nothing to do with Gematria when something like that happens.
Yep.
Crazy.
Exactly.
You're all about Gematria any other time, but now right here, when it's a good chance that you played a factor. This guy was an avid follower of you.
Yep.
You definitely played a factor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, man. And that was something I noticed he didn't want to touch on. He blatantly lied about the mother thing when you brought that up, and it's like,
Yeah, you see that, right? Now some people try to say, oh, it was a joke. Well, if it was a joke, wouldn't you just own it? Like when I accused you of it multiple times, and multiple times you said you didn't say that. You like if it was a joke, you would just say, man, it was a joke. It may be a tasteless joke, but it's a joke nonetheless. You're taking it out of context. That's what you would say. You didn't do that. You flat out lied and said you didn't say it.
Yep,
And that lets you know that when he said it, he meant it.
Yep, flat out lied. And even when you think of somebody joking, that's something there's certain things you don't joke about. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Exactly.
And it's
Exactly.
just like,
I
yeah,
would never say that about my mother.
yeah,
Never.
That's so.
yeah, that's definitely not a joking matter, man. It's he. The more I learn about him, the more like horrible it gets, man. It's just like, wow, this guy ain't really. It's like he's horrible, man. And people, I can't believe all these people that still like more than just follow him, but they defend him, and then they attack people that try to just expose the truth. That's the craziest thing. It's like, look, this could help. The trolls don't realize this could help you. It'd be like, hey, man, everybody's a danger from this because he's creating psychopaths. He's creating people that can cause harm to themselves and harm to others. And they can also be harmed by others by ranting and raving about certain people that are very powerful. And when I saw that clip with him with getting bear sprayed, and yeah, that was hilarious, man. He's trying to tell the story, and I'm like, bro, I ain't trying to hear that. It's like that's like seeing a short video of somebody getting punched in the face. It's like I don't need to know the situation. It's a funny video. It's like you might see the altercation up to it, but I don't need to hear the story from him. I
Do
know.
you want to know why it actually happened? Zach lied to you.
Oh, for what, the beer spray?
Yeah, the other guy was saying the N word equals 42, and they didn't. The Antifa people didn't like him saying he was actually saying the N word.
Oh wow, holy shit. Oh yeah, that ain't no flow. And that's when they attacked them, and then he tried to pull one of the guys off the guy, right?
Yeah, because you saw it was a big black guy, and he didn't like
And,
that.
and then the other guy ragdolled him, grabbed him yoked him by the neck and threw him to the side. And then I think Zach tried to like come back, and then that's somebody I think hit him with the bear spray in the background, like something like that. Like it looked like that. So,
Oh
so
yeah,
yeah.
That's another thing, man. The fact that he like figured out that the N word equates to that number. Like when you first come across this knowledge and you're seeing what's the value for certain words.
Mhm.
Why did the N word come to mind? Like if you're not racist, like I don't think racist. So it's like I would never think, oh, let me see what these racial slurs equate to.
Mhm.
Like the fact
Mhm.
that you figured out what that equates to, like, tells me all I need to know. Like I would never think, let me see what these racial slurs equate to.
Mhm.
Like I just always thought that was interesting that he figured out what what the numerical values were to that word.
Yeah, yeah. You think about that. It's like, and then also you think, yeah, like why is he even going in that direction? And then
Yeah.
also you think about like, I don't even get it when he's like, okay, if it means 42, well, what does that even mean? It's like, so what? It's like where's the relevance? It's like why, and this is the crazy thing. I think in many different directions. I'm like, okay, if we're going to use science to figure out gematria, why doesn't he? What do words like love and caring and compassion? Nothing like that. Only fear words. Only hateful words. Only things that can put people in the mode of like a kind of reaction, a reactory type of word. Instead of saying, well, this word, caring or family or loving, it means this. And then even in saying that, I think people would start to deconstruct the gematria numerology thing to where it's like, yo, this is very complex. And if we can figure out some type of mathematical equation where math definitely can explain a lot of stuff, there's no doubt about it. But it takes a lot of science. And if you could do that, why would you use it to do betting? It just doesn't make sense. It's like, oh, so you're going to use this for betting? Where did the truth
well,
go now?
and let's be honest, the code itself is my son is a little over 2 years old, and he can almost figure out what he's doing. Do you think the people that run this world who can build aircraft carriers, cities on top of the ocean, go to the moon. If you believe in that or not, it doesn't matter to me. Understanding the mathematics behind that, making nuclear energy and a light bulb and all
An
this,
airplane, an airplane.
an airplane, a jet,
Yeah, it's like
whatever,
crazy.
a satellite. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah.
the math involved, but A1, B2, C. Come on. I want you guys, and if Max, if you want to, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Look up the definition of onomancy. It sounds like it's spelled Onomancy and arithmancy, and then you'll be amazed that what Zach is doing is not gematria. Gematria is specifically for Hebrew language, and gematria is like, how we have an index in our textbooks and stuff.
Mhm.
That's what gematria is. It's okay. The number of this paragraph in this part of the Bible, whatever part, it could be the part of numbers. And he likes to use that numbers. It says numbers in the third part of the Bible, dude. It's a census. That's the whole book of Numbers is a census of all the Jews that Moses helped. It's just a census. It's not a hidden code meeting. It's a
Mhm.
census on the tribes of Israel.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Onomancy is a historical form of divination based on a subject's name, derived from the Greek words onoma, name, and manteria or mentia, prophecy. Practitioners of this art believe that a person's character, destiny, and life path are coded directly into the letters and sounds of their given name. And the historical accounts, they have the ancient Pythagoreans believed to have originated the practice by linking names to mathematical harmony. Then they have the gematria and what you said, the arithmancy, and that's early Western methods. It's saying here the sphere of life and death, popular medieval system, secretum, secretorium, late medieval, and then they have East Asian onomancy, and that's China and Taiwan, known as Jingmin Zhui. And this practice uses character stroke counts and five element theory to balance a person's destiny. Wow. Japan, known as Saimi Handan. This variant maps written name strokes against a modulo 81 system to identify specific lucky numbers. So the modern pop culture connection, they have a tabletop gaming onomancy, and it's been adapted to fantasy lore. So yeah, this is deep, man. The more, and this is crazy, the more I look into the Zach thing, it's just it gets deeper and deeper, where it's like, wow. Switzerland 93, thank you, brother, for the support. He says, shout out to Topsy for speaking facts. Zach is a liar. I supported Zach's news scams for years, donated for the cause, and never saw anything happen. Wow, man. That's, yo,
Appreciate that, Switzerland. I
yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah, thank you for the support too, bro. Hey, if you want to come on and speak any truth, this is the place, man. I used to do this on the other channel that we sold when we used to do relationship expert stuff and call out all the dating coaches. I mean, Fresh and Fit and all of them had came on the show. The videos are, I think, still up. But that was before he was even Fresh and Fit. And I said, all of these dudes, I said, there's something very odd and weird about them. And I didn't mean to start in that field. It just happened. Like there was dudes that needed help. And I said, well, definitely don't buy a dating course from these guys. You must be crazy. And it just grew. And they did the same thing that Zach and I'm doing. They try to threaten somebody. They try to, do all this stuff and, discredit you and stuff. And it's like, you can't discredit the truth. You can't, there's no way. They didn't realize, like how Zach don't realize the truth. The truth is always going to prevail. And it's like, you can hide it. You can try to, keep it hidden, but it's like that plant that busts through concrete. And you say, holy smokes, this flower grew through concrete. Even that can't stop it. That's the truth. And the fact that y'all coming on, and speaking the truth, that's just like the other guys that had got ripped off from their programs for thousands of dollars. And they were tight, man. And I remember Pandemic, he's still a moderator here. I think he's woke 99 or something. But he's in Germany, and he said, look, man, he goes, I appreciate, just the fact that he could speak out on this, because they had a network where they would block people. And I noticed that Zach, has this network of trolls too. So I guess he didn't realize that I'm used to exposing these liars, the quick money, get rich. I used to tell those guys, I'm like, wait a second. So you want me to pay? You telling me that for 3 or 5 grand or whatever, you can take a business, if I have a business, to $100,000, right? I'm like, well, why don't you just do it, right? Give me the formula, and I get 100 grand, and I give you 50 out of it. And they're like, oh no, it's a system. I'm like, yeah, because you're a fraud, man. I'm like, you trying to tell me that 3 grand or 5 grand, you're gonna give me this technique, this course, to where I can make 100 grand. Well, I'll tell you what, if you're really real, give me the technique. I'll make the 100 grand and give you half the money. And once I hear them say no, I'm like, this guy needs to go to the guillotine, just straight chopping block. It's like you grifting people. It's like, where's your business that you raised that brought it to 100 grand from like 5 grand or 10 grand or something? Show me that. And so I was so used, to calling people out, especially the dating guys. When I told them, I said, okay, so you know how to talk to women and get all this stuff. Why is your wife ugly? And dudes were cracking up. They were like, I said, look, man, this is not an insult to your wife. This is a description. She ain't the best looking girl. She's a 5 at best. But as she's getting older, ain't nobody want to smash that. So I understand why you mad, because every night you got to sleep next to a garbage bag. And dudes used to love the roast. They used to love it. And I was like, you know what? Look, it's like, they would try to blame the women. They were like, oh man, women. It's like, listen, man, that's just part of being a man. That's just part. I called out Andrew Tate and all of them for being in the closet way before they came out and said that. When he said he would bang a tranny over an ugly woman, that tells you everything right there. Yeah, and so I remember friends, they were like, oh man, I said, watch this video. And they saw it, they were like, holy, it's kind of like what Topsy said, just watch the video. So I was like, look, you ain't got to take my word. He said it. Then Myron Gaines, he used to be Unplugged Fitness when he came on the old show. And he got pictures with, I remember the dude sent it to me. We had a falling out because he became another dating coach. Myron Gaines in college with pictures with dudes laying on top of him in bed. And even women and all of that came out. They were just like, look, this guy, something is up. You got Nick Fuentes, they down with too. Another one who ain't straight, little Oscar with the grouch from Sesame Street looking dude. And so I 2 + 2 = 4. I'm like, oh, you're angry at what life this served you, the cards you were dealt in life. And you don't have to be that way. But instead of being mature, they fall into this grift, and there's a lot of money in it. I ain't gonna front. Guys told me.
You notice how when you asked him to make a prediction yesterday, he said join his Patreon.
Yo, Mr. X crushed him so hard.
Yeah.
He was like, hey, tell me who's gonna win the World Cup, for soccer. Join my Patreon. Basically, like the dating. Buy my course, bro. It's just Scribe. What's up, brother? Good to see you.
He couldn't even give me one prediction. I just asked at that point. I asked afterward, just give me something that we can fact check next week. Yeah, and you want to give me one?
Yeah, exactly.
Andrew Wilson asked Zach to make a prediction about how many jobs are going to be lost, and Zach said something about 47 million.
No, he said it would be by the end of the season, by the end of 2024, I think it was. He said we would have lost 4.7 million jobs. And that didn't
425, and we gained we gained a lot of jobs. So at least blue collar work. So this is what happened. I think it was about 480,000 federal jobs were lost, which is great because, and I'm not saying I like Trump or nothing, but those aren't jobs. People who work in government.
Mhm.
No offense. I mean, I know you worked in the military. My dad did 23 years in the Navy. He did the Eisenhower. He was a nuclear engineer for 23 years. He was a Master Chief. He was an E9. So
Mhm.
I respect anybody who's done, their service.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not pro-military, but I just say, hey, I was in, I did my time, and
Right.
like, yeah, it's and you're right. If it's a government, it's not really a job like that. That it's not a necessary, thing. And Switch
Right.
says Zach can't predict anything. He's a joke.
That's what I'm saying,
Absolutely.
dude. Like, it was
Well,
408,000
if
government
you're
jobs.
if you're
Fuck.
being honest with yourself now, you understand the times. That why are you still getting jobs? What's the purpose of a job? So these things are no longer feasible in today's market, especially when jobs can't even get. The woman has to work. You have to work. You still can't get a house. Before you could be just a low level payment. Guy that does electricity or whatever. You still got a house and all that stuff. So they've turned that into basically jobs are non-existent as far as what they used to be meant for. Um, Now the thing is, you've been given the tools to go way outside of that, outside of any job. I mean, you got YouTube, you got all these things that allow you to use your mind and be unique and make money while you sleep. I mean, it's gotten that easy. But at the same time, people are still hooked onto this thing where you have to have a degree and all these things. Where you already know the richest people in the world never finished high school, let alone college or any of these things. Steve Jobs, all these guys, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, all of them. Because if you follow that hive mind, you'll never want to be independent. You'll never take that chance because school lets you know don't take a chance. Don't go outside of that. You don't get a job. You're gonna be on the street. It's the guys
Here,
who's
I agree with you, but this is where I'm going to disagree. Okay, yeah, a job is what it is, and it just pays the bills, right? But this is what a job can do. Because every freaking person I ever meet that doesn't have a job is a fraud. Every single one. I'm not even kidding. Every single one. You got these OnlyFans chicks. That's not a job, and they're frauding people. You got Zach frauding people.
well,
Yeah,
it's easy to point that out. I'm talking about the people who actually want to do something with their life and
right,
they
right.
find
But
you know
I'm saying, look, I have a trade, so that's a little bit more than a job, but still a job. And then I have investments. Yeah, I do work for a paycheck, so the little my paycheck I put a little bit into the investment, and over time I can build my capital and stuff, right?
right.
Like
So
no
basically, what
offense,
I'm saying is, if you had kids, for example, you're kind of letting them know, look, this is kind of an old thing now. With this, it works kind
right?
of this way, and you're kind of preparing them for that, thing,
Yeah,
especially with AI and everything else, right? So I'm just saying, at this particular time, jobs don't have the feasibility as they used to, or the security they used to, for you to raise a family. So, but at the same time, you've been given these tools to do miraculous things on your own. But most people have been taught not to go outside of the school thing. And if you try to do a business or something else, watch out, you're gonna get messed up. Something's gonna happen. So they put this fear into you to not go outside of yourself, to say,
yeah,
"Oh, I'm smart enough to actually operate in this world now because I can do anything quickly, and millions of people can see it instantly and make money pretty much instantly overnight and all that stuff." So all those possibilities are there now. Whereas before, the car and all these things, horse and wagon, everything's slow. You got to wait for these things. All these things, have limitations. Now there's no limit. Now you can pretty much do whatever you want. So now it's the competition has gotten more fierce, but at the same time, it's so ridiculous now to where AI nobody knows what to do. All these guys know what to do right now. Oh, data centers, all these things, but no one knows how to use it properly. And they're going to use them for military medicine, all those other things. But
right.
um,
But
Like,
policing,
as far as you, the consumer, there is no limit to that,
right?
and that's the scary part. We don't know, but I don't think people are using it right now properly, the way it's
um,
intended. But go ahead.
yeah, I'd like to thank Gematria Sense, man. Thank you for the support, brother. He says the song Gematria, the Killing Game is BS. Question.
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah.
He's asking like a question. So he's defending Gematria pretty much.
Okay. I didn't know.
So
Is it? Like, I
yeah,
never heard that song. I
yeah,
mean,
it's a song Gematria the Killing. And it's also a movie called
Murder by Numbers.
So
Watch
Murder by
the
Numbers.
movie. It has nothing to do with numbers or nothing. I mean,
okay.
it's so silly that Zach uses that stupid ass poster.
Oh,
but
okay.
even with that, it's like,
Mhm.
okay, once you become aware of Gematria, then what? Like, how does that stop the system? How does that stop the
It doesn't,
cabal?
because it doesn't exist, because Jesuits aren't going around here doing gematria. What Zach is preaching is a very simple, easy form of cryptography. And here's the trick with it. Here, I'm gonna teach you guys the trick. Okay, so you have two reduction ciphers and you have the two normal ones. The letters R and I equaled exactly the same thing. 37,000 words in the English language have the letters R and I in it, right?
Right.
So now you have all four ciphers with two letters that equal the same thing. And then you have, I think it's 11 letters that equal three out of the four ciphers. And then with the reduction ciphers, you have A through Z, which is 1 through 9, 1 through 9, and 1 through 8. So really, all the letters equal the same exact value a third of the time in two ciphers. And then you have the regular ones that go forwards and backwards. So,
And the fact
and
that you got the four ciphers, it's like the possibilities are endless. You're bound to find connection. It's just
right,
like,
this is how probability works. If you've ever done mean, median, mode, this is how it works, and this is how you base probability outcomes. I mean, I've worked in things like logistics and try to measure probability outcomes on how workers are trying to get things done, and measure, okay, how they're working and operating. We can get this done within this certain amount of time. So you measure that probability outcome by a certain percentage, and then you say to a board meeting, hey, like, yeah, we can get this done within X amount of time, based on the percentage of how our workers perform, and this is when the project will be done. So it's the same exact concept. And so what Zach does is that he has his four ciphers, and to the ciphers, half of them are the same, because really you only have 13 numbers, because the other cipher reverses itself. So really you only have 13 different numbers. And then the other two ciphers are 1 through 9, 1 through 9, 1 through 8, almost 1 through 9. So they're all the same within a third. And then you have that in reverse as well. So you really quadruple your outcomes. And
yeah,
when you do sports, you have like, let's say football, you have what, 22 men on the field. So that's 22 times four ciphers, and then you have two coaches. That's two coaches times four ciphers, and then you have the team name, the stadium name, the city name, the zip code, the state, so on and so forth. I mean, at this point, your outcomes can be anything, and until you can get the number that this guy caught his 18th catch of the season, and Chicago, I don't know if it equals 18, whatever. Chicago equals 18.
Bears equals
But he
18.
seems
But
like
that's
every
the
number's
thing.
relevant.
Look at that. See?
That's the thing. Like, it's inconsistent. Like,
Yeah.
for the entire playoffs, Zach. Oh, when it came out to the last two teams, Zach was heavy on the Patriots because the Patriots could have picked up their 41st postseason win. He was heavy on that. He was convinced that it was going to happen because they let him tell it. 41 is the pinnacle Super Bowl number because Super Bowl equates to 41, and he
But
was
Tati, did he
convinced.
say that when the Patriots were in the Super Bowl, or did he
Yeah,
say
yeah,
that
yeah.
before they got there?
Like when it came out to the last two teams, Patriots versus
Oh,
Seahawks.
see, but he
He was
didn't pick them
convinced.
before the playoffs started, though.
No, 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 hell no, no.
See,
And that's
that's what I'm talking. He's
that's
a
a whole
fraud.
other
He's a fraud.
that's a whole other angle right there. But when it came
Yeah,
out to the last two teams, he was convinced the 41 was going to hit, and
yeah,
it
it's
didn't happen.
50-50
And then
though.
once it didn't happen, he was saying, "Oh, well, I also said Seahawks to cover 12," and
I
it's
mean,
like
his
no,
gematria didn't even work with 50-50 chance.
Um,
That's pretty bad, don't you think?
yeah, no, it's you really he's scamming Gematria Sense, thank you for the support, brother. He says, thought Gematria wasn't real. Letters do equal numbers. Yeah,
No,
no,
they don't.
we're not
Nobody's
saying.
like he's coming from it from the wrong angle. We're not saying that. We're saying that what good is knowing it when you can't stop the elite? You're not stopping it. 14 years into this movement, you haven't made any type of impact. You
Or you
gained
can't make a prediction either. You can't even make an accurate prediction on anything with that.
exactly
Not one prediction has ever
consistently.
happened. A lot of wrong predictions. A
Mhm.
lot.
Yeah, no, there's definitely I appreciate the support, Gematria. You know, we're not saying that. We're saying, it's there is a correlation. It's just different from what Zach is saying. Switzerland, thank you, brother, for the support. He says Zach planned a trip and asked for donations. A single mother of two named Dana sent him $300.
Yep.
Canceled the trip the last minute and never returned it. Scammer.
Yep.
Holy
But see, his dedicated followers don't bring this stuff up. They conveniently leave this stuff out right here. Like, why don't
wow.
y'all mention that?
Hey, I donated 100. I
Oh,
donated
really?
100 for that trip, that New York trip. So, I mean, I'll
If he's
admit it.
making all this money, why does he need money from his subscribers? Gematria should be making him a killing.
He just went live, by the way.
Wow.
Well, he ain't gonna come on here with me on here. I can tell you that right now. I promise you guys, he will not come on here when I'm on here.
Wow. And he knows if he comes, I'll let him on. He just gotta, keep the language clean. I appreciate it, Switzerland, man. Thank you for the support. Gematria, thank you for the support, man. He says Badger is saying Gematria ain't real. Address that.
Gematria is real, but it's within Hebrew language. Let me tell you something about language, Gematria sense.
All right.
English is phonetic, and Hebrew is prophonetic. Hebrew reads right to left. It's gender based. They don't have vowels. I mean, literally, Hebrew is like it's like oil and water. So if the original concept of gematria is from this language of Hebrew or Greek, and then you transfer it over to English 6,000 years later, or however old Hebrew is, thousands of years later to English, it just doesn't work because English is just so much different. That means A, E, I, O, and U cannot even be letters within the gematria concept because original gematria does not have vowels. And then their consonants in Hebrew are different too. And I don't know Hebrew, but I've looked into this. Cuts and I, we have done so much freaking research on debunking. Like we're gematria debunkers at this point. And Topsy knows what I'm talking about. He's caught many Cuts' live streams over the years of Cuts going in. I mean, a guy named John Skelton, right? He was the first person to use English gematria. You know what the English gematria was? It was called flighting. And you go into King's Court and he would just start frauding everybody in the king's court, like jesters and the courtsmen and the king. He'll just start frauding them like a joker. He was a clown, and he used English gematria, which was flighting. And then when the guy died, everyone desecrated his grave because he was a fraudster.
Wow. Wow. So, I think that addressed it very well. Gematria, thank you for the support. He says, Badger Topsy, give us your best Gematria decodes. All right. Thank you, man.
What would be the purpose of that?
There's no such thing as a gematria decode. It's not even a decode in original gematria. It's an index to find something in the Bible. To find a page in the Bible, it's an index. I don't understand what you don't understand, gematria sense. It's an index. You know how we have an index or a glossary in our books now? That's where it began. Like that. That's where we got that concept from gematria. So now we call it an index, and you're like, oh, I want to find a certain word in my book, and
I mean,
then
for
you
me,
go to that
for the
page.
original, like the origins of it, I think it's more the sacred geometry, what they call sacred geometry, and these mystery schools, or stuff that we don't get, the information on the pyramid, whatever the construction and the symbolism and all these things. And you could say
Yeah,
gematria was
you can get
the
into that part, but you would need a
yeah.
rabbi for that, and a rabbi is more into the
I think
sacred
well on that side,
geometry part.
gematria, I think that's more of an extension of that, but I think that's more dealing with sorcery, witchcraft, stuff like that,
Hmm.
where it's certain
Yeah,
number. Yeah. So now you're
Kabbalah,
getting into
which
a different realm. Yeah. So that they're using a pure source, which is the sacred geometry numbers, prime numbers, like Tesla was talking about, to your benefit. But now there's a dark side that's going to use it for whatever gematria or these other things and use it for evil purposes. So you're always going to have the good version, bad version.
Yeah.
right,
So I
and
wanted
Manly P.
to,
Hall
yeah.
never one time ever. So Manly P. Hall started a library called the Philosophical Research Society. It's in Los Angeles. And you can call these librarians and they'll tell you the same thing I'm about to tell you right now. You can fact check me. Not one time in any book, I mean, Manly P. Hall wrote over 50 books. Not one time he's ever said Gematria is English. He always said it's Hebrew as a traditional means. And he never said that there's a pure cipher and all this other quacky stuff that the quack claims. It doesn't exist. It never.
Yeah.
I have to.
Where did he get that from? Pure cipher. Like
He
what?
just he made it up. The dude's insane. He just makes stuff up in his own brain. Like he could make his own version of Pokemon if he really wanted to.
What's
I mean, you
scary is people believe him. That's the scary part. He's just making up nonsense and people are eating it up.
They eat it up, man. It's crazy.
dude,
Pure
because
cipher.
people
Pure
are
cipher.
depressed.
Where did you
Yeah,
get pure cipher from? What does that even mean?
I
Dude,
know.
Yeah. Switzerland says he hates people like Topsy and myself because we know his entire history. He tries
Yep.
to bury people like us because we know too much. Exactly,
See,
bro.
see if this was taking place on his platform, we would have been cut off in the first 5 minutes of it. And that's what he can't stand this because he doesn't control the mute button over here. He
Yep.
despises this right here. We hold him accountable. Everything I told you is facts, man. He said racist things about black people. You saw it for yourself. He said the world would be better off if his mother was dead. You saw
Yeah,
that yourself.
he lied right to
I
our
didn't lie about
face.
anything.
Yeah, when you said that, he just openly was like, "Nah, I didn't say that." I was like, "All right, let me go check it out." He just lied, man. I was like, he
yep.
lied so confidently. It raised a lot of questions, man. Like this guy
Exactly.
lied with a straight face, like nothing. I was like, "Holy smokes!" And then to say that about his mother, it's like, what? I mean, that's some monstrous. Even if he had an abusive mother, you don't say something like that, man. It's like,
To the
yeah,
world, too. You saying this to the world, like
yeah, exactly. It's like that shows me he's got some serious mental problems.
Dude, he was telling people his mother drinks her own urine.
yeah.
Dude, Zach is so scummy, bro. He like literally has his cult people in his chat all the time, like death threatening and doxing people, and he's like on the screen with his baby, like holding up the baby like a shield or something.
Hmm.
That's so scummy. Like
Yeah, why would it? A real
that
parent
is
will.
super
Yeah,
duper scummy. Like
yeah. Like, don't promote. It's like you should be protecting your kid, not showing. I mean, he's the only thing. The most I can equate it to is he's mentally deranged. He's very mentally deranged, and it's sad because he's spreading that mental derangement to all of the people that are following him. Hopefully they can snap out of it. I hope so. I really do. I mean, and things, this is how I think life speaks to us. I mean, I wasn't trying to do, I was just trying to go ahead with the truth. And, you know, he looks at it like, oh, I'm being malicious. I'm like, we're not attacking anybody. We're holding him accountable and we're speaking the truth. And that's
And
basically what it is.
Agreed.
the amazing part about it is, again, he started this.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
started this.
exactly.
He
My
always
bad. I meant
starts
to
it.
say hi to all of you guys, but
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys doing this stream.
So
Yeah,
cuts.
man. Good to see you,
Really
Cut.
interesting.
Man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Cuts
man.
does have a lot of good research too, guys, against this gematria psyop that unfortunately a lot of us have been fallen victim into. It is one of the psyops of the truth community. I don't know if it's the biggest one. I don't know anything about if it's the number one psyop of the truth community or not, but it is a psyop and it's a distraction because, and no, I think Max will agree with me. What's more important? Learning a good skill to help increase, your net worth and your ability to function in this reality and maybe get a good, like as a man, get a good woman and start a family and blah blah blah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We're designed like that biologically, like at a scientific level. Men are just designed to do that, and at one point in your life, yeah, you're not going to be an F boy anymore. You're going to be like a man. You're going to start your family. You're going to work. You're going to explore this world and understand how a lot of things work and fix things and just use your hands to create. That's why we have these 5 appendages on each hand,
Mhm.
and to not only just create but to teach,
Yeah,
the next generation.
exactly. Yep. No,
And
you're absolutely right. We owe it to the next generation to teach, to show them how to discern the truth. This is part of being a man. It's we are teachers, and this is the where the learning happens is when we can all collaborate, share ideas, teach, learn. This is it, man. And for him to attack that shows us that he's the people that destroy. We're the people that build libraries. You have the opposite there. It's just sad that he has like such a massive amount of people that follow it. I'm truly amazed that people would go so far as to attack and all this stuff. I mean, they were just off the handle last night. He just and he knows, like, if he just went live, I don't know, is he doing live about us or he's just doing a live?
I got the alert on my phone that says stop, listen, think. First,
Oh, so
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, he's frauding right now, more than
yeah.
likely.
But
yeah,
like I,
Did he
I
change his shirt, or is he wearing the same wife beater?
I'm not watching it. I just got the alert on my phone. Yeah, but they call people stupid because they don't understand gematria. But I don't think that's what it is. I think people don't care to be bothered with it.
yeah,
And I think
exactly.
people understand that ignorance truly is bliss. The less you know, the easier life is. Life is already complicated enough. People rather just, try to, you know, maintain as much peace and joy in their life as possible. Taking on this right here, like trying, and you realize how tall of a task that it is. Like you're trying to stop this well-oiled machine. It's impossible. So people prefer not to be bothered with it. People prefer to just maintain their peace, man. And that's
It's-
smart.
Here's a
To
philosophical question: how are you going to stop Jesuits doing gematria by doing Jesuits doing gematria?
yeah,
Right, you're like doing the gematria, like they're like you're mad because the Jesuits are doing gematria. You're like, I figured out what the gematria is, what the Jesuits are doing, and then they're like, I know, we should do the Jesuit gematria. That'll help.
It just makes no sense.
They're
So
just doing more gematria.
so
It
so
hurts my brain thinking about how like it
so
just doesn't
yeah.
work.
So the video he has when he's in Manhattan on the bullhorn, that's the one people donated to?
Cuts actually met Zach there. Cuts was there, so Cuts
Dude,
can
I
give you all
met
the
that dude
information.
like 3 times. He's a super duper snaky, like evil, like shisty fraudster. He's like really bad. Like I'm almost like, ugh, really? Like they've been death threatening me every day for 3 years, really? Ever since that he like frauded me? Like what the fuck? What the hell? Sorry.
Yeah, we gotta this language. Um yeah, that he I mean when I saw
It's
that and I saw
infuriating.
bullhorn, I was like, that's when I got like a little bit of the Alex Jones vibes. I said, this guy's trying to be like a, you
Alex
know,
Jones.
yeah, it was something very
Cuts, tell everybody about the books. Like when like Angel Baby was there, and then Zach was like with his book and how he was behaving.
Oh, I'm not really quite sure what time you're saying. I don't think that was.
Zach was acting like a celebrity. Like I was on the phone with this girl, Max. Her name was Angel Baby. She was like she was the one recording of that video, and I was on the phone with her, kind of like if I was there type of thing. And Zach, she was telling me like, yeah, Zach isn't doing much. He's just like signing all these books and acting like a celebrity. It's really weird. And I think Cuts knows what I'm talking about, right? Like, wasn't he there just acting like
I was in New York with the whole group of them, but there was like 50 of us or something, and everybody had their own little clique or whatever, kind of.
oh, really?
And they
Yeah,
were all
tell us
like,
a little bit about that. Like, what do you
it
remember?
was cool. Like when I went there, because I went there and like kind of kicked it with like, yeah, right. And I don't know if you guys know that fake Mike Real News kid.
Yeah.
I was just hanging out with like, yeah, right, and his family mostly, and then just we weren't really with Zach the whole time. Like we just met them in New York.
But it's funny how a lot of you guys that, met up with him, a lot of those people have fallen out with Zach since then.
Yeah, he
Like,
frauded
is that
every
not
single
crazy?
person. He basically frauded everybody. Like it's amazing.
Rambo is one of them.
He literally like frauded and slandered every single person, including like threatening their kids.
Hey, did he
Yeah.
ever try to get you guys to invest in something else besides the Patreon, like some other ventures that he had?
Crypto.
He got Mighty Networks after we went to New York. He got it like right after that, which is pretty suspicious actually.
You got in your networks?
Mighty Networks is a website that he started pushing that he got to make his website on a app. It's the app
Oh,
for,
Max.
for his website is like a spy. It's like a CIA front company. It's spy tech.
You guys should look into a guy named. If you guys think Bill Gates is bad, Bill Gates is nothing. Mark Andreessen,
Yeah,
MARC.
the big tech people from the Mighty Networks are like really bad
Yeah,
news.
Mark Andreessen is way higher than Bill Gates, and I bet you haven't even heard of this guy. This guy is a billionaire. He's a big tech guru. He's pushing a lot of this AI crap and this Agenda 2030 stuff. MARC Andreessen, AN. Dude, there's someone sleeping in the stream, by the way. I think it's Joey. I can hear them snoring.
Yeah, it's probably
And
Joe.
It's just he's a Gematria troll, I think.
Yeah, no, he was saying he knows Zach as a fraud, but he still believes in Gematria.
Yeah, but he's not a troll.
Yeah, thank you, brother, for the support.
Oh, okay, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, Joe, he seems cool. He wrote me on the private chat yesterday, and I had him backstage a lot of times, but yeah, he definitely knows that Zach is scamming. Gematria Sense, thank you. He says prediction equals big straight of homos ritual on July 2nd.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Are you going to stop it? How do you stop it then? Now that you know that there's going to be a big Strait of Hormuz ritual, are you going to go to the Strait of Hormuz and try to stop them? Who's going to be the victim of the
That's the
ritual?
point I'm trying to make.
What exactly are you talking about?
That's not even a
Strait of
prediction.
Hormuz ritual. Like,
That's
yeah,
not
right.
even a prediction. That's something that's going on currently, and he's saying, "Oh, something's going to happen." Well, something's happening right now. That's not a prediction.
Yeah, and that's the point that we're making.
Something's
Like,
been
you can't
happening
stop
there
it.
in the news every single day for like the last 2 years. Like,
what can you do about it, Gematria Sense? You can't stop it. That's the whole point that we're making.
And then July 2nd, it's like, well, I guess we'll see when it comes. We'll look out for it. I appreciate letting
But
us
anything could happen there, and he'll take credit for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you're right about that. And Nikki says he wanted to buy Detroit to raise money for that. I don't know.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Nikki. Yeah, that's wow. I mean, when I saw I didn't see the whole New York video where he was on the bullhorn, right? And he's like, he was just like talking, trying to do. I think he was trying to use the truther thing to gain more people, so he could probably scam them with Gematria.
No, this his scam is way worse than you guys could really believe what it is, because he's trying to do a revolutionary group movement, but his premise is bad. Like there's no Jesuits doing gematria. Like he's insane, bro. He's like on crack or something. When I went to New York with him, he was just like walking around the whole time, screaming in the middle of the street with the bullhorn, trying to get everybody's attention to get like a bigger group. Like that's what he was doing.
Wow, straight Alex Jones.
But he's an agent provocateur. Like we literally walked through New York. We screamed at the Rockefeller building, and then like he almost got everybody busted with all the security, and then we kept going, and then we went up to the place where you could see the Twin Towers, and there was like a big giant group of 9/11 protesters all across the whole block with all their stuff. And Zach literally agent provocateured their whole group and started screaming at them about their 9/11 truth wasn't as good as his, and like ran them all off the block basically. And like we like surrounded them, and it was crazy. But and then he like all the police came out, and like a bunch of rabbis walked through, and then he was like went over there and was like yelling at the police line, and then just trying to create like that atmosphere where they're starting to have like agent provocateurs and stuff.
Did he yell at the rabbis?
Yeah, he was yelling at the police, the rabbis, everybody. He was trying to get us all wrapped up with the Hebrew Israelites. He had like that guy Richard Quinn was like trying to fight with them. The guy that came on your stream last night, that guy is insane.
Yeah.
Really?
Richard Quinn. I'm trying to remember who was. He was on the stream last night.
He was on your stream last night, and he was totally crazy. He's like, "I'm here for Zach Gematria."
He's the guy that sounded like he was dying, because he is dying. He's on dialysis, and here's the thing: his son reached out to Cuts and I. This was about 2 years ago. Email, and his son was telling me all this stuff, and I probably still had the emails to show it, but. He watched one of our music videos and he thought it was hilarious because we're making fun of Richard, his father. He's like, I hate him. He's such a bad person. He'd rather do this gematria stuff than be a dad. And I'm like, wow, like this cult takes you away from your family, your friends, your life, your ability to increase who you are as an individual. Like instead of just developing better skills at whatever you're good at, or get good at something else, let's just do fake gematria and fake sports gambling and just lose everything, your family, your friends, and just be in this hole. And Zach benefits monetarily from all of it. And
Nobody else does.
no one else does. And anytime anyone keeps him accountable, they're a troll, a hater, they're obsessed. No, these people's lives are being ruined, and they're in a desperate situation. And what was it like when you were in a desperate situation? Did you wish that there was someone out there that would have helped you? I'm sure there was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's that thing that I was reading about when I tell people just type in like the name of the stream, type it into Google. Can gematria cause or create psychosis? And it breaks it down like in a beautiful way where it shows that the delusional themes, using tools to build or justify religious grandiose, how it doesn't exactly cause psychosis, but it can exacerbate or trigger underlying mental health vulnerability.
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head with that one, like the premise of your stream here. I actually found some research that corroborates this. There's like a website, it's called Numbers and OCD, and it's like a science article about like it's like a mental diagnosis really about like people with number OCD. And it talks about, they call it something, it's called like, numero, what is it called? Let me look it up.
Switzerland 93. Thank you, brother, for the support. He says this
It's called
entire
arithmomania, and it's literally like a mental health diagnosis that they could like
Arith-
schizophrenia and
I'm going to look it up. Arith-
obsessive compulsive order, OCD, number compulsion,
All right.
or
I'm going to look it up. Switzerland says this entire community funded his wife's entire career. By the way, she doesn't even support this movement. Think about it. She only collects money, doesn't advocate. Wow.
Yep.
Kind of very
Facts.
similar to the way he does the thing. Doesn't
Max, I'm about
Yeah,
to tell you something that's gonna
Thank you,
blow
Switzerland.
all your minds. Actually, here, I'm gonna blow all your minds.
Thank you, Switzerland. I appreciate it, bro.
You want to know what Cuts and I found about Zach's wife's work? Zach's wife's work has a Jesuit volunteer program.
How ironic.
There goes that idea.
Holy smokes.
And guess what? The foster mother that I was telling you guys about graduated from a Jesuit college in Washington.
Wow.
Crazy.
Bum, bum, bum.
yeah, everything about his rhetoric is hypocritical because he's directly tied to the thing that he claims to be opposing.
Yeah.
And
He says he's against big pharma. Then the sweet lady's a pharmacist. He says he's against big tech, so he has mighty networks. He says he's whatever against the Jesuits. And then on her website at her work, where you can get the vaccines, you can sign up and become a Jesuit volunteer. I mean, go figure. And it's like maternity support services, like
that is hypocritical.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
He's like a glorified babysitter that like plays around with numbers, basically.
Yep.
He's like Miss Rachel.
You're crushing him. Yeah, because he's always babysitting, playing the numbers. Holy smokes.
And you know, of course,
he wants to teach children this stuff, and it's
Oh,
crazy.
no.
if
crazy.
you've
Yeah,
ever
this
seen
is where it gets really sick because
Yeah,
I mean you can't
No.
really even prove that that's his kid. I mean, and then one thing that I found about the actual Gematrianator calculator itself, if you actually read the policies of the calculator, the policy number 9 says that the calculator itself, that website is not safe for people under 18. By the way.
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I swear to God. And the reason why is because of messages that you could receive from third parties, is what it says. So, like, it's because of the cult of trolls that death threaten people, including the kids. Like, it's literally like an Epstein cult. Like, people don't realize how wicked it really is. That's really not Gematria, by the way.
Yeah.
That's not Gematria at all.
Did he have a falling out with the guy that made the calculator or something like that?
yeah.
He did.
Yeah, he frauded that. That's suspicious too, that they all fraud each other and do the same Gematria, but then it's like different Gematria, supposedly.
Wow. He's probably screaming. Topsy said it's like a something stop and listen, because he's afraid that the truth is here and that anybody that hears this is going to very much question him if they can break the mind control, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like multi-level marketing. There's one guy on top of the other. It's like, some pyramid scheme.
Right.
But yeah, he's trying to teach the Gematria to the kiddos now, evidently. But the calculator itself is not safe for kids. Like, I hate to break it to everyone, but that's not legit.
I mean,
You shouldn't even put your video, if you even talk about Gematria, it shouldn't even be on like where kids could watch it, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that,
Because
man.
they're talking about death and killing and all this stuff, and then however crude all of the stuff in the news could really be, and then what? You're like, we want to teach that to the kids and then tie it in with the gambling. Yeah, that's a good idea, even though you're not allowed to gamble if you're not old enough, by the way, either. Zachary.
Well, maybe he's thinking that parents will buy it for the kids, saying, your kid will become a genius learning this method.
He wants to teach the kids how to do the gambling. He wants
was
children gambling.
He's talking about starting writing books for children about Gematria.
He wants to teach children how to gamble.
Yeah, because that's Zach.
He wants to gamble with like your 12-year-old.
He's had debates saying that Gematria, the only use is to gamble. So if the only use of Gematria is to gamble, and you're going to teach kids Gematria of its only use, therefore you're teaching kids how to gamble.
Gamble.
Mhm.
And you don't even gamble. You
Yeah.
don't gamble.
Yep.
Crazy.
Exactly. Like, Jesus Christ.
His real movement is just to promote child gambling or something.
That is
Not
crazy.
like there's
Exactly.
no Jesuits doing Gematria.
Wow. That's crazy, man. Gematria Sense, thank you for the support. He says, Cuts, Topsy, and Badger say English Gematria is real. I mean, I don't think
Dude, these trolls are pathetic. They just can't. It's like gaslighting. They just can't tell what we're. They pretend to not understand what we're saying.
Gematria Sense, man, I hope you see the light one day, brother.
Wow. Yeah, man. Thank you for the
You
support.
know,
But
what I would ask them, the Gematrians in the chat that keep saying it's a Kabbalistic code. We're doing a Kabbalistic code. Quack. How about this? Can you tell us where exactly in the Kabbalah, the one with the K, that we can find your 4-cipher Gematria, please?
Yeah, there's 3
Your
Kabbalahs,
fake
by the way.
Gematria is not in the Kabbalah. It's not Kabbalistic. It's not from the Kabbalah.
well,
Your
that
fake Gematria is not Gematria at all.
yeah, he made a good point in that the alphabets are very different. The
You know,
reading,
it's a trick. It's like a play of words. How many people know about the Kabbalah enough to know what the different types of Kabbalah even are? Like, what Kabbalah are you talking about?
yeah, a lot has to be looked into. Yeah, because it's very different. Like Badger was saying, one is read right to left, the other's left to right. The vowels, that's a very important thing to take into account. The
Some troll in the chat kept saying it earlier in your chat. Fall of the
Yeah.
Gando range, Fox
Fall of
911, some bot troll, like some Zach bot troll. He's like, it's the Kabbalistic magical Kabbalah code. Whack.
yeah.
wow. It
Yeah,
just
man, it's sad, man, because they're so dug into it, man, that they don't have an open enough mind to,
I mean,
see things from another angle. Like
yeah,
it's just it's crazy.
yeah. And the
I
serious
feel for them.
Yeah, if he wants to do this to kids, no, that's where the line got to be drawn, man. It's like
Right.
he's trying to,
Yeah, because it's not just gambling. Gambling is in the same realm as drugs, gambling, and prostitution. So what's next, Zach? You want to teach the kids how to gamble? What's next? Okay, what's next? Drugs, prostitution, what?
And
Like, what are you
like
talking about here?
I've heard him say that gambling and investing in crypto is immoral, but yet you push these things. Like you wouldn't do them yourself, but you push them. Like that.
Yeah.
That doesn't compute, man. That doesn't make sense to me.
And investing even in crypto is nowhere near, like, it's still not like gambling is it's what do you call it? Like self satisfaction. It's so fast. It's like a snap of your finger. Crypto, it's still like an investment, like a stock. It takes time. You gotta watch it. It's not instant gratification. That's the word I was actually looking for. It's not instant gratification. The instant gratification is what's going to give you that dopamine,
Mhm.
and that's where people get addicted to the gambling, is because
Yeah.
it's instant, right? It's right there and then.
Yeah.
Even crypto isn't that fast. I mean, you might have to wait a couple of days to see where it goes, if it goes up or down or whatever. Just like anything else within the market.
No, he's
But
going into the ball chasers. I mean, there's already love sports to begin with, and now make money on it. Who couldn't resist?
right, yeah, yeah. I mean, the easy way out. Like, these are the people. They don't want to work hard.
No.
They don't. They are lazy, and this is the problem. People want the easy way out. They want to be lazy, and then they think that they found a method to, now I can be lazy and find the easy way out. And this doesn't work that way. It's too good to be true. Just
yeah,
like
Like MLM, like MLM scams. Same thing.
Yeah.
This guy is like super trying to debate and fraud and you guys in the chat, but he's not answering my question. What Kabbalah is your gematria to be found in?
Yeah.
Who's that? I'm looking.
The fall of the Fox
Oh, yeah,
911.
that guy. Yeah, he's total troll. Total troll.
Yeah.
Just-
It sounds
You
exactly.
can't answer a simple
I told
question.
you, man. Like the way he
Where is
speaks,
your gematria?
it seems like Zach, man. It's a burner account.
yeah, it might be.
That's Zach's
Right.
lingo. He
It's
talks
probably
just
it's like a
him.
Zach bot. Even if it's not him, it's just exactly like him.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad, man.
Yeah, the fact that he's so worried, and it's like it's like he's afraid the truth will disintegrate his lies. It
Yeah.
will disintegrate. I mean, I can't. I'm like, holy smokes! The fact that he wants to teach this to children, that's creepy, man. That's some real creepy stuff right there. Because he
Because
did.
they want to have a violent revolution against Jesuits and Christians. Think
Jim
about that.
Jones, man.
That's like Jim Jones status stuff.
Yeah.
This is Jim Jones. Yeah, that's straight.
Yeah,
Jim.
you're right.
So I have a 2-year-old, right? So obviously I have to watch kid shows, and Miss Rachel is one of them. I try to not have him watch that, but his mom likes her more, whatever.
Miss Rachel. What's that? That's a kid show.
Yeah, on YouTube. She's like a kid's she actually teaches like sign language. She does a couple of interesting things. But I heard one of Zach's shorts with his little baby, and I could hear her in the background. And my assumption is because I could hear her saying A1,
Oh God.
B2. She
Yeah.
was singing the ABCs 1, 2, 3s.
Yeah.
And that's actually just because kids, like when they're growing up, they need something repetitive like that to teach them. Like, you're hitting two birds with one stone. You're helping them learn their numbers and the alphabet. So A1, B2, C3, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. It makes it easy. It's catchy. It makes it easy for them to learn. It's not a secret hidden mythical code that's controlling the world in your mind.
Yeah.
When the Jesuits made the language in the calendar, Badger, quack.
It's an easy way for parents to teach their children the alphabet and get them ready for school and so on. So I could hear her, and guess what? This woman makes immensible amount of money. So my guess is, ooh, I can be Zachary K. Hubbard and teach fake gematria to the kids and try to make a bunch of money
Yep.
on YouTube Kids. That's what I'm thinking he's thinking about doing because
That
he
sounds
sees
accurate.
right.
Yeah. And he
Yeah.
mentioned yesterday that or was a few days ago, he was saying that it's hard to reach the adults because they already like have their programming. So the best approach is to try to
Program to
YouTube
snip
kids.
up BS. Yeah.
Yeah.
That just sounds like Colt 101.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, man. It just keeps lining up with cult ideology, man. Just
Mhm.
keep doing it day in, day out.
Exactly.
That's not good, man. That's really not good. And for YouTube to let this keep going on is
Yeah, that's and
It's pretty diabolical.
it is. It definitely is diabolical. And the fact that lady, I think I know, does she got like 14 million subs or something like that? That lady that does.
it probably is more than that, but yeah.
Yeah, and it's like I think I stumbled upon it years ago, and it just that's like because I was like, how the heck, I'm seeing all of these YouTube millionaires, and I'm like, okay, what are they talking about? But I didn't really watch her channel. I saw it, and it was like, okay, it's like a kids channel, so I thought it was like a Sesame Street, but I didn't know they were doing the A1 B2 thing. Holy smokes!
She's on Sesame Street too. I've seen her. I mean, I have to watch her. You know what I mean? So
yeah. No,
Oscar and
raising my nephews and watching them back, in the 80s and 90s. I had, I see it now with people that have done so much great work in looking into the cartoons. I didn't know how messed up like He-Man was. My nephew, you let the TV, you let him watch, and then you start to say, wait a minute, this stuff is like, there's some weird stuff in there. I even think like some people, I don't know if they're looking into it too far, but again, the government rule number one: never trust them. They're the people that break your leg and they say, "Here's some crutches," and you see, if you didn't have us, you wouldn't have crutches, but they broke your leg. I mean, and I'm speaking at it from, being a veteran, so I can criticize even more. Like when people tell me about stuff, I say, "Look, I've never voted in my life." I said, I just always knew as a kid seeing corruption that what it was. It's like kind of like I think that guy Hunter said that in a society where everybody's guilty, the only crime is getting caught. And when you look at that, you start to see the world like for what it is, and you don't want to believe it. You want to, we want the good in the world, but it is so like corrupt. I've only seen it get more corrupt throughout the decades. I'm saying taxes never went down. Pollution is only going up. So I forgot to talk about it last night because it was so chaotic that a prediction, I could make a prediction without any numbers. I predict that tomorrow there will be more pollution than today. And that prediction has come through true every day that has passed. We know there's going to be more trash tomorrow. We know from just extrapolation of what happened the past few days. We're seeing, stuff that is basically predictive through like watching observation, scientific method, saying, okay, this is building up. They're gonna slaughter whatever, how many feces they're gonna throw into the rivers. That's just part of the so-called food system. And when I look at the Gematria thing, he's really, there's something about him he has a way of brainwashing people with just constantly barking and constantly. I didn't like.
I know how he's doing it. If you want me to tell you.
Yeah, definitely. But Switzerland, thank you, brother, for the support. He says he could never provide one bet slip. You will only hear all of these fairy tales of winners. Yep. He claims to have helped people buy homes. He claims to have helped people buy homes. The people don't exist, though. Wow.
Exactly.
So he's
exactly
fairy tale. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the point that I was making, man. I was telling
standard.
you. Hold on.
Sorry.
I was saying that I was introduced to a server on Discord. There was a guy that
Thank you,
the way
Switz.
I found the Discord server was the guy sent me a slip of a person's winnings. He hit a 3-leg home run parlay. He put $1,100 on it. He made $170,000 on it, and that swayed me to sub to the server. And that's the whole point. Like, if you're doing as much winning as you claim you're doing, like, what better way to sway people to your Patreon than to provide the proof? Show the tickets. Don't just say somebody did it. Don't just say someone turned $80 into $80,000. Provide the proof. Let us see. You've yet to do that, and you don't. You say that you gamble, but where's the proof? Let us see the tickets. Like, what better way to sway people than to provide the proof, man? And that's what lets you know that he doesn't. And all those people that he claimed made money and he changed their lives, that never happened.
Want to know why he can't do it?
You know what it is? It's called gambling fraud.
Yeah, no, that is what it
He's
is.
a gambling fraudster. He's a gambling fraud guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. In
Badger.
the state of Washington, if you have a LLC, he has Gematria Effect News LLC. You can't promote gambling under an LLC in the state of Washington. So he does this weird. He does weird language. My guess, he has a lawyer, and his lawyer says you have to use certain language for you to sell your product here. And his language is, he gives both the teams, right? Like, both teams have a narrative. The narrative for this team is this. And this is how I know this, because I called the gambling commission of the Washington state, and they looked into Zach, and then they called me back and said, yeah, like, we kind of want to go after him, but we can't because that's the way he words things. Like, it's like more like a vice rather than like telling them to do it. And I'm like, really? And they're like, yeah. He like they literally told me, the Gambling Commission of Washington told me, yeah, he must have a pretty good lawyer because his wording is how he
Nah,
does it.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I gave him the code on his Patreon because I get people that email me his Patreon passwords all the time. So
Yeah.
I'll listen in. I'll make a video, just like Sports Gematria. Sports Gematria is a lot more in depth with the sports part than I am. I'm more or less more making fun, like a stream like last night. I'll probably make a video on it making fun of them because it's funny and I love it.
Definitely hilarious.
Hell yeah, it was super funny. Like Topsy, man, you got that guy so good. I was laughing so freaking hard last night when listening to it.
Yeah, he was so mad. That was so goofy. Holy
Dude,
shit,
you're good.
Nikes.
God, he was so mad. And it was making me laugh. I couldn't even sleep last night. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, the Topsy's got this guy like on the ropes.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah, I'm
like,
making one
he
tomorrow.
deserves every bit of that, man. Like the way he's talked to people and the things that he said about people, and just the way he talks in general, man. He deserves that. Every bit of it. This isn't trolling, man. This is karma. He deserves every bit of this, man. Every bit of it.
well, I'm
And
glad that
I
there's
think he really should go to the Vatican and like try to snatch up a Jesuit or the Pope or something, you know? That's what he should do. He should fly to the Vatican and try to like catch a Jesuit.
I
it's
think
like
the
a
only reason he's
Pokemon.
against
See how that
I was
works
going to
out
say,
for him.
yeah, but the only reason he's against them is because he knows he won't get shut down. You know, his site won't get shut down by insulting the Jesuits or by going after them. That's a group. That's a
Exactly.
safe group to attack.
Yeah,
That's
how
all it
come
is.
he
Right.
docks it? How come his cult doxes everybody that's like in his community, but not any actual Jesuits that they claim that they're against?
that's a good point.
I've never seen them running like names of the Jesuits in their chat.
I'm
Saying,
one
get
of the
him,
people that did
everyone, get
dogs.
him. It's a troll, Jesuit.
I think he's jealous of those guys, man, because he operates just like the people that he can't supposedly stand. Like he operates just like them. Like he censors people when they speak against him. He bleeds the community. Like it's all about grifting them and making money. Like he moves just like the people that he call out, and it's probably like a subconscious jealousy. He wants to
He
be like
doxes his own followers, though.
he
Yeah,
talks
one of
about.
them. So is Cuts. So is
Yeah,
so
they
many others.
dox me. They dox me and like death threaten me every day straight for like
Oh,
2, 3
wow.
years ever since I met him in New York.
So this guy's even lower than we can even imagine. I mean,
Dude,
he
they are
gets people.
super scummy, bro. Like I
Yeah,
can't
man.
even explain it. I wish I would have never met or knew about it.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
this guy's bad news.
Yeah,
Wow.
but again, man, like what he said
Dude, they
about
were
his mothers
threatening
was
me
so
at my
real.
work for like 2 years straight every day, telling people to come K-word me at my work and doxing their place.
Right.
Holy
Wow.
smokes.
He's trying to extort you
Yeah.
for money. That's what he's trying to do.
And he did that what, just out the blue, or was
They're
it
just mad if you have a job. They
It's
want
like
you
a
to do
cult
like
thing.
gambling. It's like a gambling cult.
Yeah, you go against the cult, they do that. I'm pretty sure Max knows what I'm talking about.
yeah, definitely a gambling cult, and nobody works. They just want to make the money off of scamming and gambling. It's wow. Holy
Oh,
shit.
here's something right now, guys. Um, it was like 7 or 8 months before Zach's daughter was born. So my baby mama was pregnant, and you know the person, like the person that's in your chat right now,
Mhm.
they were death threatening my son before he was even born, and before
Yeah,
his
they were.
baby was pregnant.
They were
That's crazy,
doxing
man.
like Badger's
That's
like
terrible.
unborn child.
That's
And
Oh yeah,
like
terrible.
making accounts saying to like chop off the head.
Oh,
That's
these
terrible.
guys are dirty, man. These
That's-
guys. Wow.
yeah, we got screenshots. So and they're on our community posts. So we're
Wow.
yeah,
This is crazy, man.
we got the receipts. We're not making
They
it
they
up. We're
try
not.
now they try to say it against me, like the guy in the chat. He's like, "You're a psychopath. You're the one that was threatening them." Blah blah
No,
blah. But it's not true. I was responding to them threatening me for like months on end, and I finally got sick of it. And I tried to call Zach's wife at her work, and I put it on a live stream.
wow. Yeah, the dude in the
And
chat.
I was asking them why they were threatening, why her husband was at home threatening me while she's over there at the pharmacy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just yeah, this guy, he doesn't realize I'm observing him, and what he's doing is just showing us the truth of the stream, because he has created psychosis through the gematria. So he
Cuts.
definitely Samuel says Topsy tell the story of Zach getting robbed by his neighbor. All those,
Yeah, he did. He did. His neighbor broke in his house and stole a good amount of money.
in Washington.
Yeah. Nope, that wasn't true. By the way, I looked into that. There's no police report.
So
That
he
it
might
actually
be-
happened. Yeah. This is all according to what Zach said. So I don't
Well,
know. Based off what he told us.
a lot of fraud scammers always claim that they were like slanging and got robbed. They're like, I got robbed. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if you get
It's like a
robbed, like
sympathy
you're gonna call
story.
the
He's like,
cops.
I got robbed.
You're gonna call the cops. You're gonna call your insurance companies.
yeah.
If you have HOA, you're gonna call the HOA. And I looked into all these things, and there's no record of that. I think that happened in 2016 to him. But I
Mhm.
looked into 2015, 16, and 17 just in case if I was wrong in
Yeah.
the area. Which where was that? That it started with a B. I can't remember. This was like 2 years ago, but I looked into it, and I'm like, wow, like so this is not even true. And then he goes in and says, "Yeah, a guy ran into my house on Christmas Eve." And when you look in the police report, it was a drunk driver. The guy was drunk and ran into his garage.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
it,
I remember that.
it,
Yeah.
it
Yeah, and
wasn't.
he said they put a dead squirrel on his window or on his doorstep or something. But he
Look,
admits that like his mom poisoned squirrels. It was probably his mom.
I didn't know that one. But
Wow.
Yeah, they like kill the squirrels and everything.
Wow.
so yeah, I mean, I've
He
looked
tried to
into this
fraud someone.
guy.
He's like, I know it was that monograph guy. He put the squirrel in my house and crashed the truck into my house.
Yeah, so
Just making up stuff to
he was
fraud people.
slandering Max last night. I mean, I was listening to it. I'm like, I've only listened to maybe a couple of your streams, Max,
Mhm.
and I'm like, from what I've heard, there's no way that what Zach is saying about you is true. About what? Help me, dude. I can't remember. I remember him slandering you about something that you said. I'm
Oh,
like,
is it that
Oh,
you killed somebody with a smile or something like that?
Oh yeah, like when I saying when I was in the military at 18.
yes,
Yeah, you're brainwashed. So you're saying, okay, if they're telling you to shoot somebody, we would shoot them. And we didn't have to, but guys I talked to from Vietnam, they can't get sleep because of stuff like that. So it's like when you say stuff like saying, okay, you're programmed. Now, in the situation, I at least had enough sense where I might not have done it, especially if it's a woman or a child. And men are innocent too. War is hell, man. It's worse than hell, actually. So he tried to take that, and then I think he added in, because I don't remember saying, and I'd smile, I told
yeah.
him, find the clip, put it up, let me hear it. And regardless of what he says, I'm just like, okay, how does that make your gematria true?
Yeah.
How does it make because, and this is his tag. He thinks I haven't dealt with scammers like this. This is what guys were trying to get me to go back to with the dating and the get rich quick, because I was crushing them without really crushing them. I was just putting logic and saying, wait a second, this guy's full of crap, man. And guys were truly hurt. There was a guy who's got a channel, and he would talk about how they prey on the misery of men.
Yeah.
And you know, and I did help some of these guys, and some of them backstabbed me too, you know, because I realized like, okay, this person has been shit, you know, crapped on basically their whole life, and it's going to take a lot of rehabilitation. I'm not a psychologist, but at least I broke the spell. And some of them will never break the spell. They're like some of the followers of Zach. It's like they're just too mentally twisted at this point.
Yeah, they're
And
like MAGA people.
yeah, you know, yeah, exactly. So it's
Yeah.
like, holy smoke. So like when I said, and Scribe kept telling me, look, man, you got to go back, you know, do that stuff. And I'm like, you know, I said, let me produce this Human Origins book before I die. I said, who knows, you know, could happen tonight, could happen 30 years from now, but that's the way I view it. And, you know, so it's like I started doing this, and then it just how things life happens, it's never in a straight line. It just like even when I met Scribe on the last channel, and we just been working together for 6 years now, and it's like uh he's doing real estate too in Panama, and then Mr. X is the co-host as well. Scribe can host the stream, you know, himself too, because we have the 2 seats on it. And it's just like what happened with Zach. I mean, as you see, the channel is basically all about truth. Like what he said about, he tried to twist the military thing, saying, okay, and then the fact that I said, look, I didn't graduate high school. Thank goodness the recruiter, he goes, look, man, if I get you in, are you going to go? Because other people would go through the process, take the test, and then, you know, not go at the last minute. I'm like, look, you get me in, I'm going. And he checked the box, graduated high school. He goes, just, and he didn't tell me. He goes, wait till you're 18, because my mother had the letter where I could go in at 17. And he knew they would check for the diploma. And I was working since I was 12, you know, but I stopped going to school like around, I'd say around 9th to 10th grade, because 9th grade, I went to summer school to get into 10th. And then I didn't even get a credit on 10th. I was just working. I was driving. I had my junior license. And, you know, I was only 15, turning 16. And it just, he tried to use these things. Like he even left a comment like, oh, get a diploma and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, one of my best, I look back, is I do have a GED, but I got that maybe 20 years ago. But I was happy. I felt like a sense of satisfaction by saying, yeah, I never graduated high school. I felt like I escaped in a way. And then when I gave lectures at places about 10 years ago, I remember people coming up to me and like I was meeting with people. They were giving me their cards thinking I was like college educated or PhD. And I was like, they would be shocked. I'd be like, look, I didn't graduate, but, you know, I've studied enough to where I guess you can consider it to where I know more about some people's fields than they know just through basic study. And also studying science. Like I have a lot of friends that are medical doctors, dentists, nurses, a lot of professionals. And I talk with them because they are kind of rebellious, you know, against the quacks, the quack scene and stuff like that. And my friend Tom, he's a doctor, medical doctor, a little older. And when it happened at 9/11, he goes, hey, come in the office, shut the door. We knew right away. He's like, you see what the government did? I said, yeah, man. And you couldn't even talk to anybody. And he knows, he goes, doctors, you know, you got to be careful. They'll always push the jab. They'll chop you up if you know, because he works with oncology and all of that. So I guess from living it, I started learning a lot, studying archaeology in the 90s, looking at the anomalies, saying, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. And then everybody's believing it though. And now, you know, with the advent of the internet and stuff, things are going at such a quick pace. And I've always been into learning and teaching and stuff like that. And these things of seeing people get ripped off, it's like life is diverting me, saying, look, you need to, you know, help. But it puts it in a way where I didn't purposely try to do it. It's like I genuinely, that's how I knew that Zach uses the truther stuff and the conspiracy to lure people in, because I would have never went on the stream if it was something like numerology. I mean, I'm not saying I don't believe that it could have some relation. I would just be like, no, I'm doing Architects of Humanity stuff. And I went on, and I guess, you know, because I'm very versed in radio, So he probably thought like he was like, oh, this guy's got a great delivery, and he was like just promoting me. Came over to the stream, and I never took the time to research him. I just took it at face value. Okay, he had the stream thing up. I jumped on. He let me rock the show, and I only knew. I didn't even know after when I felt a little tension when I showed the triangle and the object and the shadows, and he's like, no, it's all three. And when I think about it, I'm like, wait a minute, how ridiculous do you have to be? It's like you look at this object with this picture, it's a teaching block actually, and you say, yeah, you can only see one perspective. If you're standing in one spot, you see the triangle. The other person sees the circle. Other person, you cannot be in three places at one time. And he's like, no, the Jesuits, always bringing in the Jesuit. And I'm like, what? Wait a second. And he's like, no, they see like all three like this. And I said, no, you can't be in three places. And then Stonewood, DK Stonewood or DJ Stonewood, I call him Spurgwood because he can take yeah, and he just started spurging out like, oh no. I said, bro, you're not even grasping the concept. I said, look, when you look at things like this, where you got what looks to be garbage that actually casts a shadow of what appear to be two human beings, I said, this is telling us that what we see in reality can have more to it. That's what I'm using it as an example of. And these guys started again, I guess, because they have that psychosis from the gematria. He was arguing about this. I said, look, all of the circle, the orange and the two brown, they're all brown. And I showed him on the right, oh, that's not the same picture. I would show him, okay, look, you think the little square on the right is darker than the one on the left, and it does seem to be like that. But when we cover it, we see that they're both exactly the same color. And this shows us that our perception is different from reality, and this is how we learn. And when the main thing was showing him this one, this is when he made that stream, and I'm like, bro, I didn't even know until a day later. Like this one here, you would think this is a strong illusion because the gray on the top is the exact same color as the shaded white on the bottom, and when I put a slit connecting them, that's how you see it. So it's basically to teach people that what you think is true may not actually be true. It's your perception. Your perception of reality will always be greater than reality itself. And some people didn't understand that phrase when I said it. And I said, well, what you think to be true is not always true. A mirage on the road on a hot day, it looks like water, but it's not. So once you train your mind, or your mind experiences it, and you remember, because it's not only experience. When you experience something, you must reflect upon the experience, and then you learn from it. And these things, I think I accidentally insulted his ego without insulting it by just showing the thing. It's like I've noticed this in many academic fields where people would do something or teach or show their expertise, and haters, that's what a real hater is, when they hate on a person for being like proficient in their field. And I've noticed that Zach is one of those people, and so is Spurgwood and a few of his other people. And it's like, man, it's like, so you're mad because I showed you something that you didn't understand, and I didn't agree with you or bend to your BS, and now you're making videos. It's like, okay, it's like you must not have known that. I don't mind doing that. I don't mind having people on and speaking the truth. And now when he showed his true colors yesterday, I saw like fear. I saw he was afraid, and he tried to act like he wasn't. And then when he brought up, oh, didn't graduate, or you said you would shoot people in the army, I'm like, well, what do you do? And this is the thing.
Yeah.
I realized.
Gaslighting.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's what he does. He just tries to fraud everyone. He goes around the internet looking for people to fraud.
Yep. Yeah. And I'm not, I'm not intimidated by him. I just feel pity for him. It's like, man, you should be, now that I know the thing with the kids, I mean, this is horrible. It's like he shouldn't be near children.
Yeah, the
Agreed.
the Gematrianator calculator policy 9 clearly states that the website is not for people under 18 without special permission from the site people.
Yeah,
And the
it
reason
makes,
why is because of third parties, affiliates that start sending message that says messages in like chat rooms. I swear to God.
wow. And then,
Hmm.
that's one reason. And then the other reason would be how we see the title. Gematria can create a psychosis, not directly, but indirectly. So if kids are using that, it could affect them on a subconscious level that they may know about,
Yeah,
or
it's like a
yeah,
Ouija board. Are you gonna let your kids play with a Ouija board?
you got a good point there, man. It's
It's like
like,
an OCD thing.
yeah, it's like we don't know about it, so it's better to caution on the side of error and say, yeah, no, we don't want them doing that. But this guy, the fact that he said that, like, because he said something about a child's book before we had the falling out. I think, I
Yeah,
don't know
he
if it
was
was
talking about
his,
writing
yeah,
books
yeah,
for
and I didn't
children.
know. I thought it was like, okay,
He's trying to start teaching gematria to children, and it's
Yeah.
totally despicable.
yeah, it is. Because I just assumed that, okay, it's a ABC or child book, or, I didn't know it was the gematria
It
thing.
wouldn't be that bad if he wasn't lying about everything, and like he wasn't like a psychopath, like false revolutionary agent provocateur
Yeah.
Yeah.
that wants
Yeah.
to throw people in wood chippers.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah.
God.
But the truth, it has a way. It has a
You know,
way.
Jim Jones poisoned all the kids first with the Kool-Aid.
Wow, I didn't know, man. That's so
And then by the time the parents
powerful.
figured it out, they were like, they had to just drink it too at that point.
They see that the kid is gone, and it's like he played on their psychosis. So he played on their despair. And that is like some of the most horrible thing. When I look at stuff like that, it's like, what the heck, man? You
That
think about,
fake gematria stuff they're doing, their rhetoric, their cult rhetoric is the Kool-Aid.
yes, that is the Kool-Aid, yeah. And I guess
The
we
gematria is the Kool-Aid.
yeah, we touched on something that I see that the way the trolls came in, and even these trolls here now,
Look,
it's
now they're starting to try to dox me in the chat even. I wish I had a mod, or if there was a mod to just get rid of them, or at least remove their comments where they're trying to say my name.
which one?
The Bobby 7 equals 33, like hot dog equals 33. Quack! Some quack gematria rat in the chat, some snitch is trying to rat on me basically in the chat, which I don't appreciate, but I don't know how you run the channel or whatever, but
Yeah, no, I guess the mods aren't around. There is a mods. I'm looking for
I can't do it because I'm on my iPhone.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I'm looking. I can do it on stream.
I mean, no, it's all good. I'm not really like tripping that much. It's just
Yeah, I'm
annoying
looking-
that they do. It's like a proof of what I'm saying. This is what they
Yeah,
do.
no, I'm gonna delete it.
By doing that, they prove your point.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So it's 7. The guy 7 that docs. Let me look. I'm looking for it.
Rat 7, whatever, 7 rat 7.
Yeah, they came in your stream last night with Cuts' real name, and they're doing weird sounds.
I don't care, whatever. We're not talking about my name. Like,
Wow.
you're just mad because we're debunking your fake gematria rhetoric.
That's all it is.
Stop trying to target children. I think you're a child predator. I mean, how about that?
Right.
I'm looking for it. It says project.
Bobby 7, Bobby 7 Platinum, and all of the Fox 911 are child predators in your chat.
I just deleted. If you put that in there again, I'm just
unbelievable.
7 Bobby Platinum. If you put his name in there again, this is the only warning you're gonna get. I'm gonna ban you because the only 3 rules that I have is no doxing, no threats, no racial slurs. It's simple. It's easy. And that's abiding by YouTube's.
I don't know why they're attacking me for talking about gematria with you guys.
It shows the fear. They're so afraid of the truth. And the only people that would do that would be evil, would be monsters, would be people that are not truth. So we could call them logically if liars, basically.
I'd rather be a troll than a Hubbard.
Yeah,
I mean,
these Hubbard trolls are totally despicable. They were doing this to Badger's child like a baby.
Terrible, man.
Hey, that's what a cult would do, right? Like,
Yeah. Well, yeah,
That's
like
what I'm saying. The
Jim Jones.
Gematria cult of the Gematria is the Kool-Aid, and they're trying to give it to the kids first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like with the Jim Jones, like you were saying. The kids he's attacking them first, and this guy is a lot more dirtier than I suspected him to be.
Dude, I was trying to tell you guys, his website, Mighty Networks host company, is a CIA front company. And Zach has actually snitched on me to the feds before. Like, he's a straight snitch. You know when he said the FBI came to my house about the trolls? You know why? Because his trolls are death threatening people, like women and children, even.
Oh, that's why they came. Okay.
That's why they come to visit Zach on a routine basis, and Zach
Yeah.
just drops dimes and snitches on him, and he's like, "Yeah, one of my trolls is doing this. One of my trolls is doing that. It's this guy," and he's like a straight up rat fed. He's the feds.
yeah.
Wow. Well, yeah, somebody.
There's no such thing as an anti-Jesuit Gematria revolution. I hate to break it to everyone. That's an agent provocateur.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why he wants you to go fight the Jesuits for him. He doesn't want to go fight the Jesuits. He wants to rabble rouse everybody else to get mad about the Jesuits and go fight a Jesuit.
Yeah. And Topsy's right. There ain't no revolution, man. You're not fighting this machine.
There's no Jesuit that you're going to catch doing Gematria. It's just like a trick. Dude, it's so scummy. They're like, according to their policy, according to the policy 9 on the calculator, he's like, the Jesuits, this is what he does. It's like this. The Jesuits are doing Gematria. Gematria is evil and bad. He's like, would you like to help me fight the Jesuits by doing Gematria with me? And then when they catch you, they're like, aha. Then they do Gematria on your name. They're like, you're a Jesuit. You look a little, you're doing Gematria. They're like, we caught you dead to rights doing Jesuit Gematria. Quack.
So it's so quack, boy. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Robert Zodiac, he was saying Zach Hubbard is a complete fraud, scammer, grifter, shill, compulsive liar, charlatan, clown. Holy smokes, man. And he said something about, CIA too. Like, I could see that. Or a Fed. Yeah.
Hey, Max, can you do me a little favor? Can you look up the definition of shill and read it?
Shill? All right, hold on a second.
Please. It'll blow your mind. It's going to blow your mind. It'll blow all your minds.
Yeah, he calls everyone else a shill when he's the actual definition of a shill.
Okay, when Max reads this.
I got it. A shill, noun or verb, a deceptive promoter. They pretend to be an impartial, satisfied customer or an ordinary participant to manipulate others into trusting, buying, or betting on something. In most cases, shills are secretly paid or have a vested interest in the promotion. How shills up? Wow, that's extremely. That's Zach. Holy
Man.
You know what he is? He's a Patreon shill. He's a sports
Is his
gambling
picture next
shill.
to that definition?
What'd you say?
Is his picture next to that definition? Good God.
Oh shoot. And that's the first paragraph, and it has a Wikipedia link, and then it says how shills operate. Fake enthusiasm. They act excited about the product service in a crowd to trick onlookers into feeling the fear of missing out. Wow. That is exactly.
If he was really against the Jesuits, why are you shilling Patreon when the guy is like, might as well be a Jesuit? The CEO of
Do you guys think
Patreon.
he works alone? Badger and Kuntz? Do you think he works alone?
No.
No,
I know he
there's
doesn't.
there's a greater Gematria community. It's like a greater scam. There's like a greater Gematria LLC where it like incorporates like whatever, I don't know, like all the calculators or something. And then Zach has his own little like Gematria. He has a little Gematria LLC. It's a bigger scam than just Zach.
That's what I figured. It's a network of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever makes those calculators and they're calling it Gematria. You know, there's actually is only one real Gematria calculator that I found. If you look this up, it's called Torah Calc. And what it is it's Hebrew Gematria calculator, and it has all the Hebrew Gematria. And it's the only calculator that has all the Gematria on it. And it doesn't have any other fake Gematria on it at all.
Wow. I'm going to make a video about it. I got the thumbnails. The thumbnail will be part of it, and this is one of the screens I'm going to use.
Oh, I like that. I like that. 201, baby. 201.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna be,
That's exactly what it is.
yeah, it's going to be good. I'll have it ready probably tomorrow afternoon, and then, you know, of course, I'll stream tomorrow night. Here's the definition. I screenshotted it. So we have the shill, the top part I read off, and then how shills operate. They act excited to give onlookers the fear of missing out. Bid shielding in auction or betting. This is like very precise. Wow, he's straight. He's the definition of a shill. They might place fake bids, online deception. He's definitely like just on a daily with that. Common context, marketing and sales, secretly paid. I wonder who's secretly paying him, because he's definitely, there's something behind this. Yeah, it's much more than what we think it is. Yeah, this is wow.
So he's the paid troll he's looking for.
It might be a greater scam than, it might be even more diabolical than we even realize, because his sweet lady is a UN refugee program person that came from Myanmar. And if you know anything about Myanmar, they literally have slave camp scam camps where they force the people to do online gambling fraud.
Yeah, that's it used to be Burma, right? It's called Myanmar.
Yeah, Burma
Yeah.
and Myanmar, they have like the slave factory scam camps going on where they do like online, they like slave they like have slaves like forced to scam. And it's like mostly, it's like 80% online gambling fraud.
Wow. That's like, you know, I tell you, the amount of scamish stuff that's going on. It's like if he was really something with truth, that
They just smuggled her. She was like the leader of a scam plant, probably. They just smuggled her back to sell quaxines in the US. And then they got quackery at the house, babysitting and running the scam. He's like, this is perfect.
the hypocrisy is like off the Richter scale. It's like, holy.
Isn't it funny? Like it just makes me laugh, and I laugh at myself because I fell for it. I'm gonna admit it. I fell for it, guys. I did.
I did too. I did too.
And you know, I laugh at it. I'm like, this is funny. But Zach was more convincing at one point. Right now, he's falling off the rails because of people like me, Cut, Sports Mantra, Topsy.
Yeah.
You can only handle so much backlash.
Oh yeah. And now he's brought me into the equation, so it's definitely going to be a downhill slope for him. The more he just because he don't realize, it's like, look, man, I try to stay away from the roast and all of that, but it comes, and then anybody that needs help, that's honest, and I see the truth, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, all right, sure, let's talk about it. Let's expose this. That's what real truth does. And even with the human origin stuff, and you know, if you look at the streams, you know, I talk about a variety of stuff because, you know, it used to be Wisdom Radio. And, you know, I said, okay, let me change the name. I should have just kept that because Mr. X knows, he's been here for the whole time and even before. And Scribe as well. Scribe helped me create it. It just, this is, he didn't realize that I'm more than happy to use the platform to just say, look, this guy, this is the shill Zach. Robert says Zach Hubbard threatened to 86 Trump. Okay, why is no one talking about that? He threatened to 86 Trump or something?
Yeah. I've heard him say that.
Many times.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. He's trying to host like a ultra violent revolution. That's what, in his mind, that's what he thinks he's doing.
Yeah, let's be careful with that, though. Let's be careful with that stuff. You know, 86.
Yeah, and it's like a Fed operation. They're saying that they're accusing that of being us in the chat. They're like, this is a COINTELPRO operation against Zachary. Oh, poor troll.
All of the Fox 911. Yeah,
Jeez,
yeah.
Christ.
That
Unbelievable.
guy is such a. It might be Zach. It might be Zach. I
Yes, I
don't know.
said, man. It could be him trying to do damage control, trying to control the narrative.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, the Fox one? Yeah, yeah. No, that is Zach. I already know that's one of his little stock accounts.
Wow.
All
He's
the
so,
mannerisms are the same.
yep. He's so afraid. He thinks that people can't detect that. But the truth always comes out, man. The
He
truth.
didn't know what he was messing with, MD. He didn't know you. He didn't know who he was messing with because you've had years of experience with the
Yeah,
dating game, the roaches. This
man.
is nothing for you, you know?
I told people, I said, man, I missed the death threats. I used to get, if I had to sell the email with the old channel because we didn't want a chance. There's a chance if you transfer it over without the email, it could get deleted. So I told Scribe, give him the email and everything. And yeah, I told him I missed the death threats. They would send me pictures of people with, fingers cut off, all type of stuff. And I'm like, hey, you know what? I was born to die. So you ain't scaring nobody. And it just, they just finally, even when that guy came on the stream, he was, very part of an organization of hate. And he goes, look, man, you took everything we had to give and you didn't even come back and say, I could have like exposed and been like, look, these guys are bigots and all of that. And he donated $5. He said he never donated to anybody. And I told Scribe, I said, that's a win. I said, when you can have somebody who's the enemy and then see that, okay, look, I'm not your enemy, man. I'm just speaking truth. And then he realized that. He goes, yeah, man, you're not. And you took all of that stuff and you still standing. And I'm just like, well, I'm not like, there's no bragging about that. It's just saying, look, I'm battle worn. It's like I'm not saying I'm going to win every battle, but it's like, hey, if I got to die fighting, that's a great way to die. It's like, and people look at like, sometimes they're afraid of that. I'm like, what? I'm like, bro, that's like the best thing you could do. It's like, I'm hoping for death every day, because so if I'm living too long and then you see yourself, just fade away, I'm like, look, man, he really didn't know. And I didn't plan. I wasn't gonna say like go after. I didn't know what his channel was about. If Topsy didn't hop on, I would have never known none of this. If he didn't mention Sports Gematria channel and I checked that, I just wouldn't have known because I wasn't, how would I have known, Because if you look at that channel, you're not gonna see anything of him, to where you're like, all right, it just didn't interest me, the numerology stuff. So I'm glad Topsy and Badger and Cuts, they really, pushing it. And Joey, even though he's asleep, he wants to know.
Well, he probably felt like because he has a bigger following than you, that you would just like, I don't know, I guess like fall in line.
Mm-hmm. He thought I was going to be afraid. And that's what the dating coaches thought. These guys had hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And I was like, okay, tonight's stream, all about them. And it was just, Mr. X, remember, it was hilarious for me. I just roasting them. And people want me to go back, but I said, look, they're not even there anymore. A lot of those guys got banned. Some of the guys that are still there have switched over to the race grift. We see that with they're grifting on the race thing because the dating thing, I guess we wounded it so bad that, I wrote 4 books in the field and it just, people were like, wow, it changed their life. It helped them. And I'm saying, okay, great. So for $10 on Amazon, you helped yourself. You didn't have to pay $2,000 for a course. So I did something good for you. And it's there for future generations. So when they were like saying, like people would criticize me, and I said, listen, I said, if writing books, I said, I build libraries. I said, if you're one of the people that might come from the people that burned them down. So this is what it is. I'm not saying that every book is good, because some people will write books that, can corrupt people like Zach's book that he talks about is probably a very corrupting book. And I wouldn't think that, children should have that in their hands. But
dude, it's super diabolical. He claims that he learned Gematria from Aleister Crowley and Manly P. Hall. Think about that. That's evil. Like, that's diabolical.
Yeah.
Gematria is not, you know what? I always say that makes them so mad. Look, they're going to get so mad in the chat. Alistair, hey chat, hey Gematrians in the chat. Alistair Crowley is not a legitimate source of Gematria. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, just you know what's funny is this guy.
Gematria is Hebrew.
This is the open-mindedness that they need to see. Seven Bobby, if you're saying, okay, is there anyone who can't tell you guys or whatever, right? I said I'm allowing you. So you're seeing I'm allowing you to voice your opinion. If you're not violating the three main rules, right, which is staying within YouTube guidelines. If this was a website, I'll let you say whatever you're going to say because I can dish it out just as good as I can take it. But the fact that you're seeing that I'm allowing you to say something like that and I don't care and I'll highlight your thing should show you that you're the messed up one, that it just you would censor people. I'm not censoring you. I'm letting you say that. And your so-called leader, Zach, is cutting people off if they say anything when they come on stream, kicking them off the stream or maybe deleting their comments. I guess I haven't watched his channel as opposed to being there. And yeah, if you want to say wisdom, dumb, want to be a wizard, fine, man, great. That's your opinion. You know what I'm saying? And like I said before, you must have mistaken me for someone that cares, man. I don't. I just, not about you. There's people I care about, and then there's, of course, to care about some people, you got to have people you don't care about. Just like a sunny day. If every day's a sunny day, what's a sunny day? You got to have night. Oh, now I know what a sun and night and cloud and rain and, warm, day. So you need these different things. And
I see those comments and I don't see them, man, because I'm so used to it. That I know, like they're the ones that's really hurting. Like they're mad because people won't accept their Gematria.
Yep.
I don't know their version of it.
I don't know who this is. I'm gonna put up a thing. Who is SSB?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that guy was a troll. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're trying to troll. They're trying to troll me.
Yeah. What he does. Good thing.
They're like playing recordings of me yelling at Zach.
See, once they do that, right? Because I'm really cool on the not banning, but when they come on the stream and do that, and they're so unknowing because it gives me time to ban them. So now when he tries to come on, he's gonna have to use a different account and guys have begged me to unban them from other streams, and I'm like, look, I might unban you, but you got to show me why. And in a way, doing that teaches people a little bit of compassion because other people would be like, look, this guy might betray you again or whatever. And I've been betrayed a few times. The worst thing about betrayal, it never comes from your enemy. So it's like the trusting, and I say, okay, not a problem. But I let people like show me who they are. Yes. And I believe them. Yeah. Because if I don't,
if you have a good life going for yourself,
they're projecting now in the chat. They're saying what they do. It's totally disgusting.
What are
but
they
if you have a good
Alistair
life,
Crowley used to do what you're saying in the chat, Bobby.
Yeah, and I told you,
like,
Bobby.
Unbelievable. That's what you guys do. You worship Alistair Crowley and whatever.
These are guys that live in their basement with their mom. They still live at home with mom. I just 40 or 50 years old with mom.
I deleted his comment.
Social Security.
I deleted the comment.
Good.
I told him, don't put nobody's name in there.
Dude, I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
They so hurt that we don't worship Zach.
They're really mad if you question the Alistair Crowley lie. The reason I say that is just because it's like debunking the lies of Zach. It's like, okay, you're lying about this. Here it is. You're saying Alistair Crowley is your source of Gematria, really? Gematria was Hebrew for like 2,000 years before Alistair Crowley and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn made up the Kabbalah with the Q. They don't even know what the difference is of what they're talking about. The Kabbalah. It's from the Kabbalah.
Alistair Crowley was
like
non-straight
3 different types of Kabbalah.
Yeah.
There's the Kabbalah with the C, there's the Kabbalah with the K, and there's the Kabbalah with the Q. And it's real subtle lie that they do. They say this is a Kabbalistic code, and you don't really know what they're saying.
They just want to sound smart.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right,
Exactly.
right.
Yep.
Until you look up the Kabbalah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
The one with the Q is probably the one that they're talking about, but that's the one that like Aleister Crowley and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn made up.
Topsy, you want to know something really funny?
I don't think that Kabbalah is legit.
So the book Maley P. Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages has the Sefer Yetzirah. And Zach opens up that with letters, numbers, and words. Well, the original Sefer Yetzirah says letters, numbers, and sounds.
Mm.
And
And
Maley P. Hall's book says the same
it's in
thing.
Hebrew.
Yep.
And it's all in Hebrew.
It's not
by the way.
words, it's sounds. Because when you talk, it's a sound, but we interpret it as language in the way of communication.
Got you.
So the original is sounds, not words.
Got you.
Yeah, the sound. It actually,
So he's basically plagiarizing Jewish religion and esoteric doctrine from like creepy esotericists that started a bunch of cults.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He's plagiarizing Manly P. Hall, and he's plagiarizing Aleister Crowley, and he's plagiarizing Gematria, which is Hebrew.
Got you.
But like Badger was saying, the sounds, like words were known as like if you were to draw a sound, that's a word. So it's like you look at it in such a basic way. It's like, wow, that's amazing. It's like drawing words. And in the movie The 13th Warrior, they showed that, where the guy was like I heard you know how to draw words. And you would think like, well, what's he saying? And then he started writing in the sand, and he goes, okay, this is, he was Anthony and Banderas guy was playing. And so I was like, wow, that's a deep, I'm glad they showed that in that movie, because you're right. The sound does come first. It's like before the written, clearly. Yeah.
The vibration, because I can say, hey, how are you today? Or I can say, hey, how are you today?
Yep. Yeah.
It's the same words, but the sound is different.
Yeah.
And the meaning gets interpreted differently.
Yeah. Chinese is based on a lot of that, with the same
Right.
word.
Yep.
Yeah. Has different emphasis. And we say it like it could have a different thing, like come on or come on, It's one saying, okay, come on, are you kidding? Or come on, let's go, come on. It's
Vominos is
it's like cymatics. It's kind of like that cymatics, where like the word vibration.
I don't know if this guy is Space Troll. Okay, Space Troll. Who are you, Space Troll? All right, so thank you for letting me know. And once again, he let me see.
I don't even think that wasn't even actually really Space Troll. That was that was probably TD&E, one of Zach's buddies.
Wow, the fact that
they're trying to fraud. This is what they do. They make accounts of other people after they fraud them. Like they'll start making accounts out of you and be like, they did it last night. They had a fake caller. Zach went live right after you ended your stream. And then towards the end of his late stream, he had a fake top secret troll bot call in. And then they started frauding you.
Yeah, you're right about that, because a couple of months ago when Simple Truth, he started coming at me because there was a guy on his live stream that had a fake account, Top Secrets, and he was attacking.
They'll like impersonate you. They'll try to impersonate you and play it off and act like it's you, and then by the time they're like fraud, you figure out they're frauding you. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's true. Definitely true.
Wow, that shows so much fear. They are so afraid, because they're doing all of that out of fear.
That people and that takes effort, man.
Yep,
big facts. We're hurting them we're hurting them way more than they're hurting us. Well, they're not hurting us at all, actually. But They're the
Exactly.
ones pissing in their pants right now.
Because that takes effort, man. I'm not going to take the time out to make a fake account. I don't got time for
Thank you.
that.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody normal would not have time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's hard enough just to stream every night. I'm like,
You,
it's like,
you know what's crazy about the fact that it's such not a, I don't think it's a coincidence that Zach and them do that, because his Mighty Networks company the CEO's friend, this guy Mark Andreessen, over Mighty Networks, they are behind something called like Your Digital Twins. So like those are bots that they're using that are supposed to be used for like businesses to send out like mass emails for the company and like business correspondence stuff. They're not supposed to be using those bots to like impersonate people and do weird stuff.
yeah, they just, well, we already know they're crooked. These
But
guys,
they want to replace you with a robot eventually. Like what I'm saying is way deeper than them just making a troll account after you. They want to literally like a body snatcher. Like they want to replace you with a robot.
oh
Like
yeah,
Oh, we
meet,
talked about that. We talk about
meet,
that.
meet your digital twins. But those people, those Mighty Networks people like Mark Andreessen and Gina Bianchini and them are behind a lot of that technology where they're rolling out all those type of bots.
Mm.
So it's no coincidence that you got Zachary over here using those bots to like run a scam. Like really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Coots, that's what we talk about here. So that'd be some great contribution on your part, because that's the kind of topics we discuss.
It's like them making a troll bot in your name to try to fraud you is like a microcosm of what they want to do in the future with you technologically. Like,
yeah.
if that makes sense.
They do
No,
those in dating apps. I know you guys mentioned about the dating coach stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I had a friend that fell victim to one of those guys in Chicago.
Oh, they're horrible, man. They destroy, and these guys are vulnerable. You know, they never had a relationship. I remember having a panel, 10 guys. It would always be filled, 10 people, and 6 of the guys were virgins from 18 to like 25, and I was just like, holy smoke! So I
That's not
listened.
good.
Yeah, and the fact that I listened, they were like, "Man, you actually listen to us," and I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Nobody listens to us," and I'm like, "Well, we could talk about, what's going on." And they were telling me how hard dating and stuff was for them, and the dating coaches would only admonish them. They would make fun of them. They would do just what Quackery's doing. It's like that's why I'm like, he doesn't realize it's like he's like. It's like nothing. Like one of my friends goes, "Yeah, that stream was kind of, pretty hectic last night." I said, "That's like 1/3 of what we used to have on the dating and the get rich quick type of thing." I said it was ridiculous. We'd have like almost 200 people watching. If I had Face and LMS or something on, it'd be like 280, because he was like, the top guy with the looks theory and other guys with big channels. And it was like the amount of pressure from the trolls and the death threats. Zach ain't really all of that. It's like, yeah, okay, but he doesn't realize. He thought he was gonna scare me away, I guess, or I don't know.
He's been really weak and pathetic recently. Like his trolling game isn't really quite on as good as he used to be. Because I think when you fraud people long enough, you actually end up frauding more people than you actually have doing the frauding.
Mhm.
Eventually.
So yeah, he caught it like his power.
So it's like collapsing in on himself.
Yeah, so he's diminishing, and it's like I hadn't even like plan on it. It's like I was just like, wow, this guy's like kind of like a joke. But now I'm seeing how deep this goes. This is
Like,
freaking
a
ridiculous.
year or so ago, if you talked against them, they would have had way more bots.
Yeah,
I
no,
think.
that's cool. I remember Mr. X, the chat was flying by when I used to have the other stream, on the other channel. I mean, I'm talking, it was 4,000 comments on a live stream when I'd get done, and the channel was like maybe 4,500. It was close to what I have here, so it was like almost 5,000 subscribers, but it was lit. It was freaking lit. I remember one time when I had that beef with Carolina, before I started, there was like 99 people waiting, and I was like, holy smokes! I was like, the dating thing is on fire. I mean, people that there is an audience there. Switzerland says Zach is a dictator. Actually, he wants to control every person doing gematria too. Yeah, I could definitely see that, man.
Oh dear,
Yeah. I think X had to bounce. It's about 4 hours in, man. I appreciate you guys coming on here, man. You know, I'm gonna make the video tomorrow with the it's gonna be, I think, something probably with the title just like the stream was, but getting more into like, you know, it's only gonna be about 2 minutes, but then I'll stream tomorrow night. Yeah, and we'll see what happens, man. Yeah, these guys.
I like how you triggered him with those images like that, because that's what he's doing kind of too.
Oh, yeah.
It's like
this
those
one-
psychological images they show you, like when you're in the loony farm or whatever, where they show you like or when you do like a psych evaluation or something.
Okay.
And but they're giving you what they're doing is really bad, because they're like giving people false number associations.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna definitely the video with him. You
Like
know,
that shadow image you showed, where it's like really a bunch of trash, but then when you see the shadow, it looks like a Jesuit, and you think it's a Jesuit, and you think you could go destroy.
Oh,
You think you're gonna go jump attack and destroy the Jesuit and their shadow, but it really turns out you're just jumping in a pile of trash. Quack.
that is
You
hilarious.
think you're gonna like jump kick the Jesuit or whatever.
More combat style.
Yeah, they just
But they're really just like jumping into like a dirty pile of garbage that's like has sharp objects.
Quack.
Yeah, we'll definitely I think you know, I didn't know he went live last night. That's crazy. That's straight like, yeah, it's like holy smokes. Yeah, Cuts is hilarious, man. He's hilarious. But yeah, man, it's 2:05 here in New York. I appreciate you guys coming on the panel. Everybody in the chat, thank you for being there. Switzerland, thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we'll talk again tonight. And yeah, I'll try to keep going every night as long as I can, man. You guys take care.
Appreciate y'all, fellas, man.
Have a good night, man. Thank you for having us.
All right.
Have a nice night. I appreciate you guys.
Thanks.
Peace.
Good night, chat.